Hey everybody, and welcome to Blasphemous 2, or my Let's Play or long play of it. If you're not familiar with this format, which I have been kind of neglecting lately for various reasons, this is going to be gameplay, obviously, largely uncommentated. The plan is to have the microphone off for the most part, but depending on how I feel about it, I might be more or less talkative. I might pop up occasionally to comment on something, maybe that I feel needs elaborating. Or I'm just gonna try to make my way through this. It's probably gonna be kind of tough, judging by the first game, which I have played, not on my channel. I did play that one off camera. Enjoyed it quite a bit. For the really bizarre atmosphere and especially the artwork, which is outstanding. I'm expecting nothing less from the sequel. I've been hearing not a whole lot, because I do like to keep myself blind about, things that I think will be interesting to me. But what I have been hearing is quite positive, I think, and what little I've seen looks just like more of the same, which is good. So yeah, I'm looking very much forward to it. Although the first game was not easy, pretty brutal. Both difficulty-wise in terms of combat difficulty, but also, also exploration was quite deadly. We'll see if this follows in the same vein. I assume as much. Also, some very deviously hidden secrets and stuff. So, yeah, that should be fun. I guess we'll just dive right into it. Have fun. And immediately we have a problem because, for some reason, I can't mute my mic via hotkey. That's great. I was expecting as much. Okay, that should hopefully work now. Yeah, seems like it. I'm hearing the confirmation beep now anyway. All right, so let's actually start. Ooh, I do like numbers. I don't know, the default is bar. Oh no. And the moment I start talking, the the construction noise starts going outside. Thankfully, that shouldn't be a problem for most of this playthrough, because the microphone should be off. But yeah, that's great timing. Thanks for that. I don't know, I do like numbers. I'm gonna go for it. Even though I appreciate the making things a little bit more obscure, I suppose. By, a little bit more mysterious, perhaps. By only giving you vague information, but I do like detailed information. I don't know, what can I say? And it's an option, so yeah, I'll take that.
The eternal dawn of our penances heralds its imminent end. Each was born to put an end to the other. Now both await, but while yours slumbers, mine remains vigilant. May the miracle bear witness to this oath. by which I remain here for our long-awaited meeting. Wounded by the silence of this secluded existence.
And then, as the city of the blessed name rose up, borne on the shoulders of 3 mighty statues, the resounding beat of a great heart could be heard emanating from the clouds, thundering like the knell of an unseen church bell, raised higher than any other, enchanting us all to lift our gaze aloft in an ascetic call to prayer. For the miracle was about to give birth to a child.
Okay, looks like gameplay is about to start here. Yeah, okay, and we're back to the glorious pixel art of the first game. I was actually surprised. I hadn't seen those well, animated intro sequences, which were amazing, of course, both in terms of quality and in terms of just the sheer, you know, bizarreness of it all, of the setting. So that's very much what I was expecting and hoping for. Why? To get up, I guess. Or, oh, to heal, I see. Press Y to consume one of your bile flasks. I don't remember if that is how it was in the first game. Immediately it seems like a weird button to use for healing, but I'm sure I'm only gonna mess that up like 500 times, and then maybe I'll remember. Am I currently playing any games that might interfere with my muscle memory? I mean, I don't know. But I've played so many Souls games, and, you know, Souls-likes and whatnot. I probably have slightly different control schemes from this one that, you know, it's pretty much inevitable. Right, bile flasks, of course. Refilled by kneeling before a prie-dieu. Some sort of altar. That's the same as the first game. But yeah, anyway, I mean, I don't know if I should be commentating like the first part of the game as I get familiar with stuff. Sure, why not? Otherwise, yeah, I don't know. Okay. Right. Oh, I can't jump? Oh, no, wait. I must immediately waste one of my heals. Great. I don't seem to be able to jump quite yet. Tried all the buttons, including the one that heals you. The one that wastes your heal. Okay, this I had actually seen. Oh, now I can run. Wait, I started moving faster, didn't I? Am I crazy? Am I already going crazy? So yeah, there's not just your one default weapon, but you can actually choose like a heavy flail. Whoa. Now I can jump. Okay, weird. Why wouldn't they allow me to jump at first? Okay, fair enough, I guess. I have my one attack. I can charge it. And I don't know. Oh, hi there. I'll be with you in a sec. Oh, wait, what? Okay, I pressed R1 to light my flail on fire. Bring me my flail. Oh, wait, I already have it. Never mind. I can slide on the ground for dodging out of the way, I suppose, with right trigger. Okay, I mean, the flail is pretty cool. I'm sure it does a ton of damage. I will say that I'm a sucker for two-handing stuff. And I very often try to go for that kind of build or that kind of character and then end up being disappointed and switching to just a standard sword, like I'm guessing that one is, in the end. Ooh, we get... That seems to be a parry move of some sort. I cannot charge this one. Interesting. But, you know, get some very fast standard attacks. Oh, what? Wait, what was that? Huh? I pressed left trigger and... Am I crazy? Oh, wait. Ah, never mind. That's just... I thought I did some other sort of parry move where you raise your weapons like that, but that's just when you come to a halt after running. Okay, I mean, yeah, I would like to go for this. I don't know. If less damaging but faster attacks, more spammable attacks could be good. You can attack in the air, I wasn't sure. Of course, yeah, it's a lot slower. I mean, it's not super slow, though, as far as very heavy weapons go. This is... I mean, yeah. It doesn't combo as nicely. You can only... You do this 2-hit combo and then you pause. Which is fine, I'm sure. Oh. Interesting. So by starting to attack in the air, you can sometimes get... Like, refresh your attack animation? Yeah, I guess by jumping you can actually attack more quickly. Like, oh god, that's gonna... Yeah, that's not gonna be terrible. Okay, and here you get also a parry move. So it's... I mean, I guess it makes sense that you can't really parry with a flail like that. Also... Oh, okay. I was not looking at my resources, but that activating that does consume my blue mana bar. Parrying does not. Okay, which makes sense. I wonder if there are more weapons to find in the game. I guess that would make sense, right? If they already have multiple weapons to choose from this time around. Maybe these first three are just your starting class, basically. You know what? I'm gonna go with this. Who are you? Oh, you're just a target dummy. That makes sense, actually. So it's, well, 9 damage for those. It's 12, 16. Oh, wait, what? Oh, you die. Can you respawn, maybe? Ah, thank you. So you do actually combo... Wait. Interesting. So when you hit something, the combo continues. It's a 3-hit combo. That's obviously a lot more damage. Already making me wonder if I should just go with the standard... Ooh, that hits multiple times. I mean, I feel like it's less DPS, but, you know, obviously... More impactful per hit. Oh man, I don't know. And this is fast and continuous, no breaks there. And also, did I see a crit there for 11? I thought I saw a different number popping up at one point, but it seems to be a very low chance. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go with this. Why not? Thou hast chosen thine companion on this pilgrimage. Okay, maybe it is permanent. Only the miracle knows when thou shalt meet again in the presence of her 2 sisters. Okay. Okay. Maybe it's more than just a choice of weapon? Yeah, I mean, these kinds of things will happen throughout the game, you know. Very barely, if at all, explained mechanics and things that seem very mysterious at first and will maybe seem mysterious forever, and I'll be very confused by stuff. It's fine. Oh god. We got a map. Metroid-style map, of course, and we got very beautiful, maybe a slightly overwhelming UI at first. Sorrows. What? Oh. What did I do? Sarmiento y Contella? Arsenal of Penitents. Ah, okay. So I guess there will be different weapons then. Alright, maybe. Looks like I might be able to equip up to 3 different weapons to switch between. Oh boy. Sorrows. My sorrows are my health and my mana, I suppose, as well as my bile flask charges. 0% Immaculatus. 0 out of 33 babies saved. 0% map completion. And whatever that is. 0 out of 40 things with a bar to fill. Okay, in the middle there we have something big that might be our overall game progression. Things that we find and collect and complete. Maybe bosses we defeat. Things like that. Oh? Wait. Oh, and the other the other tabs up there are currently unavailable. So it looks like we will have our prayer beads, like in the first game, basically passive bonuses, I think you equip. And key items, lore, not sure what the next one is. Then combat techniques, perhaps, or some sort of skill tree, perhaps. There was a very basic skill tree in the first game, very basic. But now that we actually have different weapons, obviously there might be a lot more variety this time around. Okay, cool. Yeah, the map shows legend, prie-dieu, or bonfires, checkpoints, guild fragment. When you die, your blood stain, basically, to use our established Souls-like terminology. Confessor. What was the Confessor in the first game? Not entirely sure, but it does have the currency icon, just like the guild fragment does. Shop, of course, teleport, cobijadas, no idea. My Spanish is, well, not what it used to be. I don't know that I ever knew that word. Fervor upgrade, fervor being mana. Okay, so those are, I see, basically, yeah, collectibles that upgrade your fervor and blood health, presumably, respectively. Rosary upgrade. Okay, so the ability to equip more beads on your rosary fountain, not sure that. I mean, there was a fountain in the first game, or maybe multiple fountains, but there might be something else here if there are multiple to display on the map. Destiny, so main quest, go there for things to happen. And sculptor, okay, all right. And we are currently in the repose of the Silent One. Yeah, okay, it shows our overall, I guess overall map completion, not per area, and because it's the same number of babies displayed up there as well. Zoom out with, oh yeah, okay, I see. Center on player, yeah, all, I mean, very smooth, lots of functionality, I like it. Add marker, I guess that's a baby marker, a blue thing, a chest, skull for a tough enemy, a green thing, a NPC perhaps? I mean, just a person. Question mark, something to come back to check later, and red. Okay. Not sure why the presumably just generic colored ones aren't grouped together. But that's fine. Okay. Well, obviously we try to head back first. Oh, that, yeah. Seems familiar from, I don't know, probably 20 minutes ago when I started the game. Yep, A to jump, repose of the Silent One. Can fall down here, yes. There was ledge grabbing right off the bat, yes, and it still is a thing, awesome. I do find, I just found myself instinctively switching to the stick to move, which I don't usually prefer, like, especially for, well, exclusively for 2D platformers. I normally very much prefer to use the D-pad. I should probably do that here, since it does work. I mean, some games basically force you to use the stick to move because D-pad is mapped to other things. I was wondering if there is weapon switching, you know, that could be on D-pad. But for now, we can move either way. Resting before a prie-dieu will restore your health and flasks. It is the only way to save your progress. Okay, right. No autosaving at all. Upon dying, you will reappear at the last prie-dieu you visited, and all the progress you have made since that point will be lost. Upon dying, you will reappear. All progress you have made since that point will be lost. Wait. All progress that you made since the resting at that previous prie-dieu. Okay. Interesting. But you do leave your blood stain, though. What do you mean all progress has been lost? Also, immediately there's somewhere to go up there. Hold on. There was no way for us to reach the... to map the... God, I'm already backtracking. It begins. Is it just a matter of jumping up there to put that on the map? No? No. Oh, there is something up there. Okay, there is a ledge that we cannot possibly grab like this. Just a simple double jump might be enough, though, if we could just... Well, assuming the double jump just gives us literally the same height jump as our first one. Sometimes that's not the case, of course. It might just be a short extra boost. Well, there are things up here. Obviously, I should not be worrying about those kinds of things quite yet. Hello there, lady. And we got our first boss, and... Oh, shaved the face right off. Faceless One, Chisel of Oblivion. Okay. Faceless One, and also apparently interested in removing other people's faces. Or statues. Okay. Okay. Actually get some attacks in this time. Nope. Okay. Ah, no. Bad timing. Ow. That was not good. Okay. Wow. Horrible. Quite horrible. So don't jump that? Don't try to jump that, I guess? Maybe? What is happening? Maybe I should try parrying? I don't know, that seems like a terrible idea. Oh, yeah, maybe just run under him. Her, it, Faceless One. Who knows? Yeah, actually, maybe just do that. That seems a lot smarter. Oh, wait, no, never mind. For a second there I thought that was a different animation. I think they might have entered a new phase because there's a mark. There are actually two different marks on their health bar. Almost jumped a bit early there. GG? Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't see anything change mechanically, so... Alright. You know what, I'm... Honestly, I feel like whatever happens now, it's gonna be alright. I didn't die to the tutorial boss. Oh, and we get more of these amazing high-res cutscenes as well. I mean, as much as I do love pixel art, and the pixel art is gorgeous in this game, of course. Marks of Martyrdom. Like skill points, maybe? Okay, so that's what those are. Although there is a... No? It says 0 out of 40 for... Which has the same icon there in the bottom left. And it also lists both... whatever the currency is actually called, and those things up there in the top right. Yeah, anyway, didn't die to the tutorial boss. So, you know, everything else is just a bonus at this point. Okay, we got those things that we shatter. Did I finish my train of thought? I don't know. Yeah, so I do love gorgeous pixel art like this, but I also think the high-res animated scenes are extremely well done. Yeah, like this one. It's amazing. I'm so glad that the first game did so well that apparently they were able to, I don't know, either hire more artists for the sequel. Hey, lady.
Penitent One, returned from the tomb and walking among the mourners. Your awakening is now written on the eternal pages.
Good. Maybe. Yeah, either more artists or, I don't know, the existing artists that obviously did a huge job, well, an amazing job, more like in the first game, were able to do even more of that for this game somehow. Anyway, I think this is the point where I'll probably just shut up. Looks like dialogue is going to be voiced anyway, so I wouldn't have to read that. So yeah, maybe just start going with the original plan.
Annunciada is my name, and I hail from the heavenly mountains on high, the seat and the beginning of all that is holy, so that I may address you. Look upon me thus as a preceptor in this enterprise, hailing from the highest of all seats. Penitent One, the miracle shall give birth to a new child, in a great heart descended from the clouds that watches over the ancient city of the blessed name from on high. You must reach it to stop its birth. But on this ascending path of penitence, the arch-confraternity awaits you. Those penitents that the miracle itself took as its sentinels now await your arrival. Orospina, the confraternity of embroiderers. Benedicta, of the confraternity of endless orison. Odon, of the confraternity of salt. Lesmes, of the confraternity of incorruptible flesh. All under the dictate of the oldest penitent, the first among them all, who was Eviterno, father of the penitents. Penitent One, the miracle has instilled 3 regrets in the consciences of 3 of its guardians. Only by revealing them shall you achieve the humiliation of the sculpted figures that hold up the city, allowing you to ascend to its upper reaches, and finally to the Great Heart.
Okay, I guess I'm popping up again already. Partially to say that, you know, I'll obviously remember all of this lore and, you know, exposition that Annunciada, was it? Annunciada? Just gave us, or is in the process of giving us. Yeah, no, obviously, it's all way too much to remember and to keep track of. I'll try to make sense of the lore as much as I can, as best I can, but I'm not expecting to be able to make sense of it, really. I certainly don't really remember what the first game was about, or in the end, or how it even ended. If we're playing as the same character, I mean, he looks the same, but that's mostly the weird helmet that he's wearing. So I have no idea if the character at the end of the first game like sacrificed himself or died, survived, I don't know. Or how these are connected story-wise. You know, but that's not really important to me for my enjoyment of this game. Of course, in the beginning cutscene, we did see that city literally being held up by 3 gigantic statues, like Atlas style, I guess. And I wonder if by achieving the humiliation of the sculpted figures, she means to literally, I mean, humiliation, like literally, like chisel them away, or, you know, make them crumble so that the holy city comes crashing down to the ground. That seems like that would pretty much destroy everything in it and anything under it and anywhere nearby. Maybe the statues are actually gonna like kneel down, allowing me to ascend to the city or something.
Look for the Guardians.
Yes. So, wait, are the Guardians? No, wait. Oh god. See, it's starting already. She did mention those 5 people, the 4 and the one, the one leading them. Eviterno, was it? So those are going to be our 5 main bosses, presumably. I think she might have mentioned the Guardians after that. Look for the Guardians. Okay. 2. Yeah, she did mention 3 Guardians, I think. Palace of... Oh. Palace of the Embroideries. Okay, so that's where one of the big bosses is supposed to be. Crown of Towers? Or, well, she's from the... What? Confraternity? No, I don't know. Of Embroiderers. Sacred Entombments. I mean, obviously this one is the closest by, so presumably that's where we're gonna head first, or it's where I'm gonna try to head first, but, you know, who knows. Why make any assumptions at all?
Only by revealing the regrets guarded by the 3 Guardians can you ascend to its upper reaches, and at last hasten towards the Great Heart.
Okay, 3 Guardians. Yeah, so whether those are completely separate from those 5 people mentioned earlier, or if it's just the first 3 of them that you have to face, before you can deal with the last two. We'll see. I think they're... It sounded to me like they're actually different people, different bosses, presumably. Maybe they're not bosses. Maybe you talk to them and have a nice chat. Okay. Anyway, I think... Well, I mean, once again, I'm gonna turn off the mic and keep playing until something comes up. Okay, so I'm not sure if it's really just a parry, like a block, when you do it right, or if I've been missing the perfect parry with a riposte, because I could not immediately attack after parrying. I was knocked back and stunned for a second, basically. But at least I didn't take any damage, so I guess there's that. I mean, it seems like if there would be any weapon to, you know, parry and counterattack with, maybe that's a thing you have to learn first. Maybe at first it's just a parry. Does not look like there's, for now anyway, anywhere to look up these tutorials that pop up. But maybe that's going to be in the lore section once that unlocks or something. It's not in here right now. And you can switch these to different slots, but I don't suppose that makes any difference right now. Okay, you can duck and attack that way, by the way. Alright. And the dash slash is nice. It confused me at first because it like teleported me through the enemy and I wasn't sure what to make of that. Oh god, the delayed swings. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm trying to go last second, but that tends to lead to me taking damage instead. Maybe I should just, you know, dodge and attack normally instead of trying to be clever. It doesn't seem like there's a perfect parry for now, or it's extremely tight, but that seems... I don't know. I feel like I would have gotten it by now if it was a thing. So maybe for now it's just a parry and not a riposte. Oh, that's such bullshit. Come on. Clearly my blades were touching you there. Okay, there's no plunging attack or anything like that. At least not for now. That's not the dash button. Oh, wow, you're tankier than I thought. Cool. Okay. Time for silence and concentration. I'm actually gonna go back and save and heal up again. Because, yeah, obviously I've been losing a bunch of health here just from messing around, not from sucking. Please don't confuse that. Big difference. Okay, obvious secret is obvious. I mean, it's not the most obvious, but I'm like 99% sure that I'm gonna be able to climb up here once I have some sort of wall jump, which I'm pretty sure was a thing in the first game, so looking forward to that. Okay, there's a similar thing here, but immediately we're stopped by some sort of door. Cool. Should I put a... Honestly, that's kind of what this is for, right? So, question mark? Just for things to come back for? Or I could try to remember to pick one color for things that require double jump or wall climb, perhaps. Okay, but I don't know what kinds of mechanics are going to be in the game and how many of them, and I'm going to forget which color I picked anyway, so I'm just going to put a generic question mark in places where there's something there, right? I mean, the map also shows me that there's a way up, so there's that. Unless, of course... Oh! Wait! You jerk. Okay, wonderful. Wow. So, that enemy just dropped down on me and dealt damage that way? Okay, it's LT to pick things up. Okay, first magic acquired. Sorry, I kind of want to shut up, but I suppose as long as new things are happening that are worth commenting on, I might as well. Attacking and executing enemies fills your fervor bar, right, prayers and fervors, which enables you to perform varied and powerful prayers. Okay, so attacking and executing fills fervor. Right? You can equip them in your inventory. Yes. Versus, press B to recite a quick prayer. Chants, combine down and B to invoke a powerful prayer. Okay. Ah, those are prayers, not lore. Gotcha. Quick versus... Okay. Oh god, wait, this is... I don't know why, but this is very confusing. So we're currently on the left side, right? And, yeah. It's fine. We don't have... Wait, what? Oh, yeah. So we found a chant, which is the more powerful, slower version. Peteneras to the burial of the lights. Invokes flames from the very earth itself, which inflict fire damage. Makes sense. Okay. And you probably want me to do that. Oh, okay. I was expecting more like fiery looking fire, like in the little tutorial tooltip or pop-up. But, you know, seems effective enough. Acquired 800 Tears of Atonement, that's what our stuff is called, alright. And there's, I think these fireflies or wisps or whatever. The first game indicated, like, invisible platforms that will appear there or will become visible and interactable with a certain upgrade. Okay. Right, also these guys apparently can just be stun locked by attacking repeatedly, which I appreciate. Oh, that doesn't look great. Okay. Maybe I need to attack downwards. Plunging attack to break that barrier of, I don't know, living things? Not entirely sure. But there might be a ladder to kick down. Dark Souls style. So these guys are... I mean, I guess I can just go for the parry. Or dash through them. There are multiple ways to deal with them. I also did definitely make one of them stagger at one point. First baby? Yes. Also, is there fall damage? I don't think that was in the first game. It's just... you're just stunned for a second after landing from a certain height. Of course, I could absolutely be wrong about what little I remember about the first game. Plus, it's absolutely not guaranteed that anything that was true for the first game is still true for this one. Okay, surprised I did not take damage there. Actually, I don't know if there is contact damage necessarily. Also, there probably isn't. City of the Blessed Name. Already at the safe hub? Way too easy. Can I talk to you people? Hello. Surprisingly no. Okay. Ah. That's gonna be a climbable wall. Oh, it might... Actually, maybe there wasn't wall jumping in the first game necessarily. There definitely were special walls that you could, you know, ram your weapon into and then jump off of. But it didn't work with every wall, so... I don't know about that spot earlier. That might have been... I mean, it could not be anything, but it definitely seemed like there was a secret to jump up to, perhaps with a double jump or something. You know, pigeons. Oh, a sculptor. I was supposed to seek you out.
Welcome to my most humble of workshops, which is a flurry of sawdust, glue, and varnish. Montagnez is my name. Master sculptor, one of those who, with steady hand and silver chisel, patiently carve out from the wood the faithful shapes of our true saints, so that they might be contemplated and revered by the devout. No trace of light remains in my glassy eyes, yet still I know what thou seekest and needest. For are we not all penitents on this earth, in some way?
Well, according, depending on who you ask. So he's blind, huh? Blind sculptor? I mean, sure, okay. Also, I can't help but notice the mix of, like, Old English and modern English here. I'm not sure what's up with that. I mean, seekest and needest, but not remaineth. So, what's up with that? Make up your mind. Oh well.
The miracle proclaimed that, as my profession was that of a master sculptor, I should carve in wood the figure of the Most Blessed Lady as my last work of art. Penitent One, I beg you, help me in this, my final piece of work. Seek out for me the finest chisels and tools, the most wondrous of pigments, and the most delicate of varnishes.
Okay. Find those things, bring them to this guy to help him achieve his final work. Alright.
And I can sculpt for thee figures that will fit into the altarpiece you carry on your back. Like this very one I offer to thee here.
Okay.
Please accept this as a gesture of my unending gratitude.
The traitor.
It is but the first piece of many more I shall carve for you.
Okay, alright. Okay.
Now I shall place it upon the altarpiece upon your back, and you will feel its grace, but also its burden. The hands of the miracle will guide me in the carving in accordance with the memory you bring me. May they guide thee as they guide me, Penitent One.
Alright, Altarpiece of Favors. Visit the Sculptor's Workshop whenever you want to equip figures in your Altarpiece of Favors. Each figure confers powerful benefits onto the Penitent One and can react in mysterious ways when placed next to others in the altarpiece. Okay, so they synergize. You can increase the number of slots in your Altarpiece of Favors in exchange for marks of martyrdom. Okay, we have one of those. Increase capacity. I mean, there are probably other things to do with these, but that seems like a good thing to do. Also, hey, construction noise, yay.
Now has more capacity.
Huh? Excuse me, what? I can barely hear you over the noise outside. Ugh. Alright. More capacity. Yeah, I mean, that seems...
I will wait for you until you gather more marks of martyrdom to extend your altarpiece.
I'm guessing the next one is going to cost more? Yes, okay. Upgrade, wait. No. Increase altar. Okay, so that is what that does, but it does cost more than one. Open the altar. Oh, and we had 2 already. Alright. I wasn't sure if it was just showing 2 by default. Also, it's more than 4 total. Gotcha. Wait, what? Oh. Favors of the miracle and resonances. Oh. So there are 4, only 4 resonances to discover. Wait. Maybe? Oh, no, never mind. I'm dumb. There are probably a lot more than that. It's just that there are only 4 pairs of slots. Trying to remember the proper terminology here. I mean, for now, obviously, we only have... this one, okay, of the final, of the last of these categories. Candle, sword, skull, feather, and, I don't know, concentric circles. Empty goes to... Oh, okay. So weapon attack plus 10% for all 3 of the starting weapons anyway. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. And it literally tells you what it does at the bottom as well. You don't have to guess. Increases physical damage inflicted. Okay. So it does say just generally increases physical damage inflicted, but up there it shows specifically the 3 weapons. So, I don't know, maybe there are ways to acquire the other 2 weapons eventually, and you just choose which one to start with. Because why else display those icons and no other icon specifically, or more generic? Anyway, that's fine. Obviously, yeah, nothing else yet. Hand over tool, hand over memento. We don't have anything, of course. Cool. Okay, so that is...
The hands of the miracle guide.
Thank you. That is at least one of our... of probably several different upgrade mechanics. Okay, so I have to remember that I have... well, that I have my spell to use. That's mostly what I have to remember. Ah, of course, this is the altar piece. That makes sense. We can look at it here, but we can't actually equip anything. Yeah. Look at the collection of figures. Right. Okay, cool. Very nice. That was it, right? Yeah, there. We'll be able to kick down that ladder. Not sure how we would reach the upper level of this church from somewhere else, somewhere other than inside the building itself. But okay, we're also moving further away from that first marked location, so maybe that's not gonna be the first one at all. Oh. Hi there.
This heavy curtain that separates sin and confession, crime and judgment, conceals naught but shadows. Here, in my darkness, there remaineth but tears for me, and forgiveness for those of you who seeketh it. Where are the bereaved now? Where are the repentant? How long since the long agony of this sacrament began? Now that your penance of silence and the pain that plagues your flesh has led you to my dark confessional, let me purge the guilt you bear, and thus alleviate your burden.
Purge the guilt. I mean, guilt is when we die, right?
Penitent One, return when the guilt scorches your brow.
So maybe you can pay to have your bloodstain brought back to you or something? Like, you know, bloodstain. Whatever the currency is called. something of atonement.
I will free you from your burden, for that is my purpose. Penitent One, I will...
Guild fragment, right. Okay. Well, surely we're never gonna need that. Ah. Oh. Can't move. Oh, maybe I could move, I don't know. Only down from here, huh? I mean, we surely can't climb back up that way, so maybe we'll get that climbing upgrade pretty soon here. Okay, yes, there is a map. Place markers whenever you find something interesting. Well, sure. I cannot look down or anything, so... Oh, I cannot jump through that platform either. So, leap of faith it is. Profundo lamento. Profound lament. Oh. Oh god, I did not fall down the way I expected. That's great. Should be able to make that, yeah. But we cannot actually drop down through these platforms. So. Are those things worth anything? 5. 5 souls. Yeah, don't think... Oh. Wait, you're throwing rocks. That's not very fair, is it? Are you? Okay. Looks like he does aim at me as well. Doesn't always throw... Ah, okay, so you can't jump down through here, but you can through here where the ground is thinner. That is definitely something to pay attention to. Okay, there is a limit to the aiming capabilities of that statue. I also keep expecting it to actually have some sort of melee attack where it just takes the rock and tries to smash your skull in with it. Right, what am I doing? Am I not actually... I don't know, one of these days I should just... Oh no, that crumbles. One of these days I should see... Should test if they can actually hit you point blank. Shielded from the back, huh? No? Interesting. I can break that. And then... Then what? I suppose it... Okay, so it is a shield, but it is breakable. And I guess you can attack them from behind, it's just not gonna damage them at first. It's gonna remove their shield. Alright, still. Not particularly dangerous enemies by themselves. Oh, I meant to parry there. I mean, I don't know, for now parrying doesn't really seem to do very much. Also, I should be doing this a lot more, probably. Some pretty nice damage too. Oh, what's going on here? Yikes. Oh, I parried that? Okay, good. Sometimes my muscle memory wants me to use the parry button that I literally just used for parrying, for dodging instead. Oh, can you hit those out of the air? I think you can. You absolutely can. Good. Alright. Out of heals, of course, so that's great. You're absolutely not safe in front of them. And that makes sense. Why would you be? Oh, and we also cannot actually go this way. Huh. Whoa! Okay, that's not very fair. I guess I can barely see your feet up there, so... Arguably... Well, it's on me. Where was there a way down, though? Must have been distracted by something. Oh, never mind. Yeah, well, I suppose I was, but... I also just chose to head across first. There's obviously something up there, but... Oh... I guess the map doesn't necessarily give it away, so... Marker it is. Okay, yeah, you're all gonna start throwing at me. Wait, the floor is not dangerous. Although it looks kind of sus. I don't know, there's something about it. I don't suppose I can jump through it. No. Perfect timing. Oh, wait. Oh, you can angle your attack upwards by holding up. Interesting. And you can also angle it downward like that. Huh. Yeah, it doesn't seem like just hitting that enough does anything by itself. I guess I just don't know what this mechanic is yet. Oh god, just using all the generic markers though. Maybe, there is a baby there, so maybe put that marker there. Oh, that's crumbly. Hello? Enemy? Friend? Just backdrop? Oh. It is one of these. I guess... Holy crap. Nope. Sure. Do your magic thing. Easy. Marks of Martyrdom? Really? That was a, like, mini-boss? Attacking and executing enemies allows you to earn Marks of Martyrdom, which can be used to upgrade certain characteristics of the Penitent One, yes. You can earn them by fighting and exploring the map. Okay. Or is that... I guess there is that... I cannot... Okay, I wasn't able to open the menu for a second there. No, I suppose that's basically your... I guess it's separated currency acquisition from killing. And some sort of experience-like bar that fills up. And when that fills up, you get another one of these marks. You can hold a maximum of 40, it seems like, but you can spend them and then you can acquire more. So it's not like you can only get 40 total to spend on everything. It looks like. Obviously making a lot of assumptions here for now. Alright. I don't know if I just happened to fill the bar on that enemy or if it was considered special and would have always given me one. Hi. Who are you?
Who are you?
I asked
Whose
first.
face and name you keep hidden. No. Your name is of no consequence if your footsteps have led you to me. Yerma is mine own. But this is not the right moment, for the steps that my promise inspires are swift, and the will that directs them unshakable. This hatred, which blinds my reason with shadows. I must leave at once.
Oh, thank you. Steely Battle Lens. Well, that answers the question as to whether there are more than the 3 starting weapons. Weapon memories. You now have access to the weapon memories section in your inventory. Use Marks of Martyrdom to acquire advanced combat techniques. Track down the Bearer Penitents to unlock techniques that are even more powerful. Bearer Penitents. Okay, and the weapons themselves, I guess you just find in various ways. Thanks. Yerma. Okay, that's quest item. Steely Battle Lance. The tip of an object of worship that was turned into a weapon. It delivered a violent end to countless enemies, and the memories of those deaths linger on. Its strength resides in the arsenal of penitence in which it can be awakened. Oh, so you don't automatically... Oh god, okay, so that... Just finding that unlocked the weapon memories section. Looks like... I don't suppose... No. Okay. So we don't actually have that weapon yet, but it can be Awaken, presumably turned into a weapon to use in the Arsenal of Penitents. Maybe. Sacred Lunge, Crossguard. Press RB to instantly adopt a blocking stance. Crossguard can be performed to interrupt almost any maneuver. Unlocks the first verdadera destreza indicator. Hitting enemies with a Sarmiento. I always want to say Sacramento or something. Sarmiento y Centella increases your verdadera destreza level, adding lightning damage to your attacks. Oh. Okay. Just hitting enemies will eventually make your weapon charge with lightning. That sounds amazing. I love that kind of passive effect. Piercing Retribution. Use Crossguard at the last moment to counterattack. There you go. And that's automatic, it looks like. Silver Storm. Wait. Oh, that costs... No? Wait. 1, 1, 2. Oh, okay. So it tells you the cost on the actual node, and up there it says, I have a 1. I gotcha. Silver Storm. Press RB plus X to unleash a barrage of thrusts. So, parry button plus attack. Or special move button, I suppose, plus attack. Okay, I don't know, man. This seems... I do like this passive effect. That seems awesome. But I really want to play around with this parrying mechanic. I'm probably gonna end up not really using it all that much, because obviously parrying mechanics are, you know, very risk-reward. And I'm not typically very good at them. But, you know, it seems like a shame to have a weapon that's capable of it and not making use of it. Plus, of course, I'm gonna get so many more points to spend. Oh no. Literally walked into the world's most obvious trap. Oh well. But we got something else instead. Is this just a generic ability upgrade then, maybe? Ivy of Ascension. Ah, yes. Some surfaces can be used to climb. Hold down RT to cling onto these surfaces and not slip. Okay, and I guess because, well, in the first game it was just like wooden walls, basically, that you would use your sword to stab into. But in this game, you might not have a sword. You might have a giant flail, for which that kind of maneuver wouldn't really make any sense, so... Now it's metal grates, I suppose, on the walls that you just cling onto. Right, hold down RT to cling onto these surfaces and not slip. Wait, so you have to actually hold the, well, slide button. Okay. Thanks, lady. It's appreciated. Okay, so, oh, wait. So by default, on these walls, and only these special walls, I'll not immediately fall, but I will start sliding like that. And I guess I can jump off them, yeah. But I can also actually hold on and stay there indefinitely. I cannot attack, I can move down while clinging like this. I cannot climb up. Up doesn't do anything. Okay, you can also only climb down or slide down until you reach the end of that thing. Okay. Scratched lead sphere. Equip rosary beads in your inventory. Upgrade characteristics of the Penitent One. Find additional knots to increase the number of beads you can equip. Yes. Which are, yeah, rosary upgrades. Those are the knots then, or maybe, well, knots and or actual beads. Alright, and the first one is slightly increased resistance to all physical damage. I mean, yeah, sure. Not very interesting, but useful for sure. Also, is it actually going to be a total, a maximum of 5 accessory slots, basically? I want to say that there was potential for a lot more in the first game, but, you know, that's fine. 5 is a decent number. Okay. And with that, we actually have everything unlocked. Right, so this is quest items. Okay, that makes sense. So we did get the battle lance, but I suppose it's really just the tip of a lance. We have to make it into a full weapon, and that is considered, I suppose that could be considered something of a quest. So find the Arsenal of Penitence to awaken. Alright. I guess I'll just mostly ignore you. Wall jerk. Don't suppose there's anything I can do about this. Yeah. I mean, I am quite interested in whatever that might be. Treasure? Do I mark that as treasure? I mean, it's an item that I can already see, I suppose. I mean, I don't know if it's an item. I think I have actually seen such a thing, or the base of such a thing. That might have been right up there on a ledge that was too high for me to reach. So it's some sort of upgrade, presumably. Or is that... I forget now. It might also be the exact same thing as the... Is it Tears of Atonement? Maybe it's Tears. It sounds about right. Like just currency then. Which of course we have yet to find a use for. Hi there.
Sleep, my child. Sleep.
I don't know if I want to sleep here. No answer. What? Is that room not marked on the map at all? No, it's not. So it's none of these things, I guess. Or else it... Yeah, no, the game did mark some of those things on my map already, so... If it was one of them, an icon would have appeared, but instead, nothing. So, I don't know. Maybe weird interactable things. Let's say everything that talks to us is something like an NPC, and we're just gonna use that icon for NPCs. I don't know. We'll see how consistent I end up being with those markings. We could not continue that way. What can we do? Actually, we should be able to climb up here now. We could climb back out if we wanted to. Confessor, yes, okay. Ouch. Alright, let's try that again. Ow, okay, let's not die. Okay. So, the rock crashed and... this is actually really awkward. Oh, I can't hit you like that, but that's not great. I almost got hit by that. Wonderful. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the rocks being thrown at me. I should just deal with that guy normally. I was going to try out the parry. Instead, I'm just getting absolutely wrecked by these super easy enemies. You know what? It's fine. There. I mean, is it possible that I already have whatever means are necessary to interact with this? Possible, but unlikely. I mean, what could it be? Really, the only other thing I can do is this, and that just predictably does nothing to help in this situation anyway. Oh, and resting does not fill your fervor. Noted. Okay, counterattack is automatic indeed. It's basically performing a dash attack. Oh. Immediately and for free, kind of. This is... Oh, this is actually where I dropped down before. Oh, okay. Ooh, and that can actually hit other enemies as well. It's not like strictly a parry that only deals damage to the parried enemy. Okay, and it only parries melee attacks, which, you know, makes sense. And only parries when you actually do it right. Also makes sense. That being said... What is that? What damages me there, actually? Okay, that... I guess these guys just don't count as melee enemies, even when they damage you up close. So that cannot be parried. Fair enough. Oh. Not sure about the 30-something damage I took as he was throwing his rock. And I was standing in front of him. Okay, so there is some sort of contact damage, I guess. But only sometimes? Okay, wait. Yeah, it's kind of inconsistent. I mean, or the hitboxes are just not as clear as, you know, as maybe I would like them to be. Not that I'm saying it's a big problem at all or anything. And I really want to get better at this. 41 damage for a parry though, that's, I mean, or a riposte. That's pretty good. I'm missing all these parries. Not so good. Wow, they're coming out much faster than I seem to be remembering. But that's on me. I really should know the timings of these guys by now. Looking forward to first death. Oh, that's solid. Oh, okay. Let's try that again. Can you climb on those now? Oh. Oh. That goes down. Mirabras of the... Of the return to port takes the Penitent One back to the city of the blessed name? What? You can't just equip that at any time, right? You can't change these on the fly. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Well, this is gonna go down somewhere new, so maybe don't do that quite yet. Definitely not before picking up this item here. Sculptor's Resonant Gavel. Gavel? Yeah, I know. Okay, small square hammer. Skilled sculptors use tools similar to this to work wood in its initial form. However, it is impossible not to conclude that any artist using such small a mallet must have sought to undergo some kind of penance or punishment. Maybe they just want to do some pretty precise work. Oh. Oh. Heck yeah. I suppose we can grab that. Indeed. So good. And honestly, so far the checkpoints have been... Oh, that's what that is. I was wondering if we would lower a bucket into that. But no, much better. We lower ourselves. Okay. Yeah, so far... I mean, obviously I haven't died yet, despite, you know, messing up combat quite a bit. Oh god, okay. Alright. Well, I'm definitely glad that I unlocked the shortcut to town first. Okay, that was not good timing. I see. So you do want to parry at the last moment. For the... Oh, hi there. That's it. Okay. Empty receptacle. Okay, more bile flasks. Awesome. Wow, where was I? I don't know. What did I say? Like I was starting to talk about 3 different things. I found a thing. Got this. Glass vessel able to contain the blood flowing from the crimson flesh touched by the miracle used to increase the number of bile flasks. I don't suppose that NPC down here is where we take that. There's the noise again, wonderful. But as soon as we do encounter, well, crimson flesh touched by the miracle and blood flowing from it, we will get another heal, so that's great. I did find something though, or did I not? Was that... Dang it, I don't know, I didn't notice anything, any item name or something, or anything popping up when I interacted with this purple sphere on the ground. Maybe that is the bile flask. Or empty receptacle. And I only got it after I successfully survived the ambush. I feel like there was something I wanted to talk about. I was starting to talk about as I entered the room itself, and then the ambush happened, and I guess I talked about parry timing. So yeah, you can parry early and still get, still block the attack, but not get a riposte. And if you do it somewhat last second, but it seems relatively generous. I mean, I've been getting most of the ones where I didn't completely fail, so yeah, getting the riposte seems relatively generous, so that's nice. And then, yeah, anyway, I guess that's it. Nice. We got the shortcut. We will give the gavel to the sculptor and see what that does for us. We also press all the wrong buttons all the time. Okay, there we go. I actually have a thing. Maybe that's what I found? No, wait, I don't. Wait, I don't? Goddamn, okay. There we go. No, it says 1 out of 40 for those symbols. But we don't actually currently have one. So we did spend that. Okay. But we found one earlier and used that to expand our altar piece. And then it was gone. And then we acquired another one through... well, from killing that mini-boss enemy. And used that here. And it's still saying 1 out of 40, but I don't actually have one to spend. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna understand that soon enough. It's fine. Not gonna worry too much about it. Hey, buddy.
Pray, how can I assist?
We'll see. Hand over tool, and it even gives me a little icon. Wow, too generous. So casual.
This mallet is so wonderfully balanced in the hand that it feels quite effortless to move. Know that you have my gratitude, Penitent One.
Well, you're welcome.
May the hands of the miracle...
Didn't do anything for me immediately, though.
Pray.
Interesting. Hand over tool, hand over memento. Open altar piece of favors. So that only allows me to equip what I have. Not alter the ones that I have in any way, right? Lore, oh. I hunch in the dark and my fingers fight to hold the dagger. It writhes within my moist palm, like a living being wanting to escape my grasp. As if the weapon wanted no part in such a terrible crime, such an atrocious betrayal. The instructions were clear. It's him or me. So I wait, and will do so for as long as it's needed, joined by these regrets and silence as my accomplice. Until he crosses unknowing the threshold of this door. It's him or me. Well... Right, okay. No, wait, what? Oh. Marks of Martyrdom, right. Maybe those aren't the same? I mean, it does clearly say 0 up top there, where my currencies are displayed, so, yeah.
May the hands of the miracle.
Maybe you can find extras, like the very first one I just picked up, and you can only gain an additional 40 through combat, so there's a max level in that regard, maybe? Relics of Contrition. Hold on. I cannot... In the bottom right. That's new. That wasn't there before. Oh no. Did I miss when that happened? Maybe that's the thing that I picked up? Uh-oh. Oh no, that's a relic. That's the upgrade. Yeah, I guess that's supposed to be a little icon. It's very small, very low-res icon of something being slammed into a wall. Or maybe it's just the hand, the gauntlet grabbing onto the climbing wall. Oh, that's not the exit. Yeah, okay. Never mind. That's that. So only 4 main progression upgrades, I guess. And the first one we got pretty much at the beginning of the game. Alright. There was somewhere to climb up here, wasn't there? Yes. Oh, and that looks like it's gonna lead toward that place. But there's also the elevator going down, and there's also... I forget if there was a climbable wall on the other side here. If we could continue that way. That's easy enough to check, but... I could also just pick a path and go. Okay. Is that something suspicious on the wall there, or just is that purely visual? Impossible to tell. Got a baby here. Got a prie-dieu here. Huh? Oh, what? Okay. So, fireballs that you can hit out of the air, surprisingly. Oh, okay, that reached further than expected. What's the timing for you? Okay, those block attacks from the back perfectly. And they will also not turn around. They just don't care. I don't know, do I want to go here? I mean, I suppose I might as well. Okay. Yeah, it looks like, oh, you can look around a little bit. With the right stick. Good to know. Not very far, but a little bit. And we've seen at least 2 or 3 such bells near this kind of door here. But we've also seen this door without seeing a bell nearby. And we've also seen a bell without a door, I think, like in the very first screen here, right? There wasn't a door. So it's not necessarily always those 2 things. Nope. Nope. Okay, so that's those floating reliquaries. When they're up in the air, kind of annoying. Ow. Okay. Oh, that crumbled? Didn't expect a wooden structure like that to crumble. Alright, and that notch in the wall is just that. I see. And I'm just gonna fall. There's... Oh, you can hold onto that, though. I was wondering. That's good to know. I can hit that, but... doesn't do anything for me right now. There's something up there. Obviously. Can I mark... map spots that I haven't actually been to. I mean, actually, maybe just mark that. Also, yes, I realize I'm constantly babbling. Just doing normal commentary. I'm gonna actually... I feel like we've well, I say that. I was about to say that we've probably encountered the majority of the basic mechanics at this point. So, you know, I might not need to talk about all kinds of new things that we encounter as constantly anymore. But of course, as soon as I say that and turn the mic off, we're gonna run into something new. Maybe I'll just switch it off anyway, and, you know, we'll just see what happens. How about that? Okay, so actually what I was trying to do there was use my magic, but thinking that I had 2 casts of magic worth, or, 2 casts worth of fervor. But nothing happened? Either I did it wrong, or you actually do use slightly more than half or something. Either way, this is awkward, to say the least. Maybe I should just be moving on? I don't know. I don't think I can go back at this point. So, yeah. Okay, the way they come out immediately is kind of bullshit. Not giving you any time to react. I mean, I even saw it was there, but... Okay, that's rough. Hey, first death. It had to happen eventually, I suppose. Surprised it didn't... surprised it took this long. Accumulation of guilt. Upon dying, a guilt fragment remains anchored to the world. The level of guilt rises, reducing the gain of fervor and your defense, but increasing... Oh, wait. Reducing the gain of fervor and defense. So I'm gonna take more damage and gain more magic back. But increasing Tears of Atonement and Martyrdom points gained. Okay. Collect guilt fragments to partially recover, or find someone who can ease your burden. Partially recover. Okay. Yep, it's all the way up there. Dang, I didn't think it was this far back. But yeah, I hadn't run into another... This is the first time, yeah, this is definitely by far the furthest I went without finding another prie-dieu, which had been spaced out pretty generously before. It's definitely a bit of a step up. I mean, there's clearly something secret there going on. You generally want to go down, actually. Interesting. But it is the same area. It's the Sacred Entombments area. Man, I really was expecting to find a, a checkpoint at the entrance of this new area, but nope. No such luck. Did we unlock any kind of shortcut? I don't even remember anymore. Did I... There must be all kinds of ways that I just didn't take. Like, I climbed up here initially without looking around all the way in this room, I think. But is now the time to explore? Or should I just make a beeline for my stuff? Okay, I see that part of my my fervor bar is actually blocked. But apparently my defense is also reduced. Did I drop any currency, actually? Because, of course, it did mention... It did mention that while your guild is lingering... Okay, 20% afflictum. I see. I mean, presumably that goes all the way up to 100% for absolutely no magic bar left. Maybe no armor at all, being literally one-shot or something. Also, 9% of the total map discovered already. Huh, that's a lot. I mean, we're almost at 10% of all the babies found, I guess. So there's that. Anyway, yeah, but you do gain more tiers, which we yet have to find a use for, and more skill point progress. So there's that. Well, I mean, for now, I think I'm gonna focus on trying to get my stuff back, if I can. Oh, maybe there isn't anything over that way. Sure don't see anything. Okay, also, I'm not entirely sure what the deal is with these floating skull things, which... sometimes they just float there and don't shoot. Sometimes they shoot immediately, even when you keep attacking them repeatedly. Yeah, they're just... I find them a little bit hard to predict. Wait, am I dealing less damage, actually? Wait. Wasn't... Hey, guys. The Reach. I think I might be taking more damage. So... taking more damage than I was... Wasn't I dealing 9 damage to these as well, or have they always been taking less damage because they're made of stone? Now I'm starting to question everything. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to have me deal reduced damage, right? I mean, that would be just extra cruel. Yeah, no, that's the same damage as before, so... Also, this electricity charge seems to just last for a long time. Which is great, of course. Oh god, there are so many of them. Probably best to just ignore them, for the most part. I don't know. Oh. I mean, it is nice-ish when they're... oh god. They're hanging out close enough to the ground that I can just repeatedly attack without having to jump for them, but otherwise they're really annoying. The worst part really is when they just blast you in the face point blank with a fireball that you just have no chance to react to. But you have to be close range to attack them, right? So it's kind of, you know, deal with it. A kind of a deal with it situation, okay. We're about to find out what happens when you die multiple times. Okay. Oh dear. Alright. So... Oh no! Oh, I could've... I tried to jump, I don't know. It even allowed me to take multiple steps on the thing. I thought it was gonna crumble immediately. Huh. But it wouldn't let me jump, or... I don't know, maybe it didn't... register my input in time. Oh, this situation, huh? I'm really glad that you can't just jump those guys. Ouch. Okay. Wonderful. Yeah, I think it's mostly ignore enemies time. Oh god. We've got one of these things coming up. I mean... There's a unexpected fireball. Yeah, I kind of wish these guys, like, had some sort of indication that they're about to shoot a fireball. Okay, hand dude, are you gonna come out? I would also Okay, you can attack them. I thought as much, but I'm also kind of afraid of them. The worst... Oh, they're not very tanky. That's good. Now the worst part, as I said, is that they just... If you don't wait for them to come up first, which thankfully it looks like they always will, there's no time to react to them. Just snapping out of the ground and immediately damaging you. Also... Oh, no, I could have maybe? Wait. Not a fan of that guy being down there, looking at me like that. Doesn't seem like even if... Oh, okay, I can, absolutely climb up here, but yeah, it doesn't look like that does anything for me at this point. Oh well. Okay, you interact with it, you don't just touch it or hit it. Oh, speaking of hitting... Oh, but I think doing so actually healed me for a bit, which I believe might have been a thing in the first game as well. I don't know what the hitbox for these hands is. Okay. Just approach very carefully. Okay, so that's gonna hit you. Interesting. I don't like these things. Have I mentioned that before? I don't know. You know what? Probably best... Oh, of course. I mean... I knew there had to be one coming up sometime soon, right? It happened too long. And of course I died on the same screen. Oh well, it's fine. Recovered everything. I mean, again, I don't know that you actually lose anything. Or not much. Maybe you lose a small amount of your Tears of Atonement, but you might not actually drop anything upon death. And the penalty might just be that... Well... what the game described, that actually by dying and accumulating your guilt, you... Oh, 2% Immaculatus. It's not down to 0%, interesting. Maybe it will go down again by killing more things or something? Okay, anyway. But yeah, you could accumulate guilt on purpose, I suppose, if you want to farm, it looks like. The downside being that you are easier to kill, and you won't be able to rely on your magic, I suppose, to... well, deal with enemies more easily, and things like that. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick break here, but I'll continue the video. I'm not sure really... Well, don't have a timer for one, so I don't even know how long I've been playing for. And then I also don't really have a plan for how long this episode should be. But, well, we'll see. We'll just play it by ear. Well, I suppose that answers one of my many questions. Veredicto. It's the most powerful weapon in your arsenal. It's long reach. So it is the most powerful one. But it does seem like there are more than the initial 3. Its long reach, wide arc, and devastating strength increase the chance of stunning your enemies. Okay, yeah. In addition, its attacks will generate additional fervor with each strike and can be empowered by the flame of the sacred incense. Indeed. Thunder of Mercy, hold down X, yes. Embers of Faith to activate for extra fire damage, I guess. Change weapon. Tap LB. Your arsenal has increased. You can rearrange the order of appearance in the inventory. Can you also choose not to equip other weapons? Wait. Actually, it doesn't seem like you can. You can rearrange them, sure, but I don't immediately see an option to not have them equipped. And honestly, it's really not that slow, is it, for a huge weapon like this? If anything, it feels faster than it did during weapon selection, but I'm sure it's not. It's just, I don't know. Okay, I guess I'll experiment a little bit with it. Also, during the second little pause earlier, if you noticed that, so the pause ended up a little bit longer, hence my slight rustiness as I returned. It struggled a bit, as you may have seen. One pretty major change happened. I finally have a second screen, actually. It just arrived. And yeah, now I, for the first time ever in my YouTubing career, such as it is, I can actually see, I can play a full screen game and still have my recording software on the other screen to see the actual exact timer without having to, deal with an external tool and whatnot. And I can actually see that the mic is working right now and, that it hopefully is properly shut off when I shut it off and all, those kinds of things. So that's cool. And it worked like a charm. Plug and play and everything. Oh, wait. Oh. This is a dead end, so obviously I must have missed some sort of path. And there's something up there, but looks like we can't get up that way. Oh. Forget about this little fact that, kind of drop down here with no way back. We lower the... It was sand, right? Yeah. By the way, screw those hand things. Oh, I talked about those before, didn't I? Yeah, okay. Okay, there was sand on the other side of the door. Alright, okay. I guess it was just... Well, presumably you just happened to need this exact weapon to shatter that thing, that seal. I was gonna say any heavy enough weapon, but if there really are just the 3, maybe I've understood something, misunderstood rather, about this battle lance. Maybe it's gonna be something else. Could be. We'll see, I suppose. I'm just mostly not sure how it's gonna work. How I would ever, select different weapons to put here. Maybe I don't. And that's totally fine. Honestly, I'm totally fine with just one weapon that works, that just, does the job for me. Oh, and now we can't even get back up there again, where we were before. Alright. Oh, can we actually hit these bells with a heavy enough weapon, and then it's gonna do a thing? Neat. Yeah, okay. Obviously just a temporary effect. So, that is actually interesting. If I had picked this weapon to begin with, I guess I could have interacted with all those large bells right off the bat. So, I wonder, have I been interacting with anything using my daggers or rapier and dagger combo that I couldn't have done with any of the other weapons? So I can't really think of anything. I haven't really been interacting with a lot of things in the environment. I mean, I've been shattering some of those glass switch things, but it wouldn't make sense that you need the lighter weapon to break those. Obviously, you'd think that, if anything, this should be able to break absolutely anything you can possibly encounter. Okay, thankfully the sound shockwave does extend far enough. Possibly across the entire room. Oh no. Oh, okay. Nothing terrible is happening. That's a surprise. Well, I guess we'll need double jump if we ever want to return to this place to do anything. To do any more things here. Huh, neat. So that whole upper section, mostly for getting your second weapon, I suppose. And I guess I don't need that anymore, do I? But there is still something up there. I guess I don't really need the marker because I can clearly see that there's something unexplored. Alright, cool though. I mean, already... Get out of here. Oh wow, I didn't expect that reach. That is really nice, actually. Yeah. I mean, we've come across a bunch of these spells all over the place, of course. Not here, though, I'm pretty sure. Like, there wasn't one up there. There did not appear to be any kind of purpose to being able to climb the wall like I eventually managed to do. So, who knows? Uh-oh. Mistake, perhaps? Oh, there's a bell. That might open the door upstairs. Oh, but it's gonna be a temporary effect, right? Presumably. Oh, wait, I didn't look at what that was. Oh, okay. That is one of those doors. And so I could head back upstairs and get back over this way. But we actually want to be in this area, so we might as well keep going. Is there anything else going on here? Doesn't seem like it. Of course, most, if not all, of the doors of this kind that we've seen have only had a bell visible. What? Okay. On one side, so... Was there any indication that that guy was gonna appear? Also, where is he? Okay, there's the melee type of wall statue that I was expecting. What's going on there? That looks weird. Wait, actually, that looks like... Thank you for the mark of martyrdom. The floor there looks like it's gonna disappear when I hit a... like it's gonna liquefy when a bell is rung. Like, I mean, it looks just like the door I just came through. Oh, wait, the door is gone. Wait. Maybe those doors stay gone once you've crossed them once. I'm guessing that... Oh, I mean, in that case... In that case, please... Maybe I should open up the one up top, if I can, indeed, do that. Oh, I might not actually be able to do that. That is... There is no way I'm gonna do that fast enough, except I almost did. Okay, hold on. That seems doable, after all. Well, not like that. Can I just re-hit it? Yeah. I'm wasting time. Okay, yep. That does actually remove the thing entirely. Which means we haven't actually been down here, have we? Okay. Get out of here. Too bad those things don't stay after you activate them once. There's no way we can get up there, right? There aren't more of these platforms. Oh, except there are. You can re-hit that. Re-hit that. Wrong button. Cloth of the Old Woman. Quest item? Yes. Cloth belonging to the sprightly old woman who lives in the hamlet of the Golden Knots. Haven't been there. The cloth is mysteriously pristine without a single thread out of place despite its great age. Huh. If it's so pristine, how can you even tell it's old? Also, hello there. Floating mirror statue reflecting light from somewhere, presumably. We definitely saw some of those before. Okay. Well, there is something more to this room. Where do we see that on the map? Get out of here. Oh! God damn it. Oh, interesting. Wait. What? Oh, that's... I just happened to duck accidentally. Oh, one shot. Still hate those things, though. Yeah, okay, so... I don't think... I'll give it one more try. Also, why am I talking again? It's so hard to shake that habit. The habit of talking, you know. Yeah, I think I'll just shut up again until something happens. I think that qualifies as something happening. Okay. Well, there's a mechanic that apparently requires either this specific weapon or, at the very least, something other than the mace. Forgotten tribute. Come on. Another quest item. A coin that was used for many years as payment for the procession that traversed the roads at nighttime. These processions gradually died out, so finding a coin like this is a rare occurrence. Huh. It was used for many years as payment for the processions that traversed the roads at nighttime. The roads at nighttime aren't capitalized or anything, so I'm guessing that's not some kind of special thing, but literally just roads at nighttime. And not, you know, some kind of fast travel mechanic or something. Some alternate dimension. Payment for the processions. Alright. If there is some kind of hint in there as to what to do with the coin, I don't know. I don't understand it yet. But I'm sure I will know, well, as soon as I run into the NPC that's gonna take it from me. Oh, well. I guess that was an alternate way to ultimately get to the same platform, because that final mirror actually shines right at the platform up there, right? You can't really see it from here, well, kind of. Yeah, presumably it would have gotten me there. But of course I needed the hammer in the first place. Hammer, well, mace, Morning Star. Flail, that's the one. Okay, interesting stuff. I really thought there was gonna be... It was gonna be a, you know, pick one of these weapons for your playthrough kind of situation, and not just pick one which to start with and, you know, collect the other two anyway, because they're absolutely crucial for advancing through the game. Although I do wonder if you could forgo picking up any but your starting weapon. Maybe there are always going to be alternate solutions. That would be interesting. Not that I'm necessarily... I was looking elsewhere. That guy just telefragged me like the first one did. And I'm dead again. Okay, cool. I'm also... Wait. Oh yeah. I was just thinking, wait, didn't I turn off the mic before? Am I just talking to myself? No, I switched it on again, of course. And resumed babbling right away, as you do. I actually want to go down. Oops. I pressed the wrong button. It's fine, though. Yeah, those teleporting mages are a bit rough. I don't know. Not quite sure what to think of those yet. Is there any indication? Well, okay. Again, I mean, the first one I just ran into, or I mean, this one was the first one. Come on. Okay, you can be countered. That's good. And they are easily destroyed, so that is nice. But yeah, the first one I just ran into because, well, it just appeared there. See, if I had not stopped, if I hadn't known, I wouldn't have stopped. And the same thing as before would have happened. I would have just walked here, and it would have appeared right where I was standing, damaging me. And, you know, the rest is history. So, that's a bit rough. Okay, we're gonna have... Okay, there's another such sigil to shatter. So that was not just a one-time thing. Because now I know that you just need to use your flail. Yeah, I mean, it has a pretty huge attack radius, but I guess not huge enough to cheese like that. Which is probably for the better. Okay. Not a fan of those guys. Jesus. I suppose from now on always be ready for one of those guys to just appear where you are. And screw you over. Okay, this one was easy enough. And here we... Oh, we needed to do that. I didn't even realize that I couldn't have continued. I was so focused on hitting the bell. Yeah, makes sense that I couldn't have slid through here without that extra flooring. Hello. Down we go. Although, no, up we go actually. Very slowly. So, gauntlet mode activate. Get those guys. Do they actually just explode too? That's what it is, isn't it? I didn't even realize. I thought the first one I encountered like attacked me and then left and teleported away. Okay, I mean, I don't really have to deal with most of the enemies here, honestly. So the statues won't bother me if I don't get close. And the mages, or, you know, whatever they want to call them, they actually just explode. You just gotta make sure that you're not next to them when they do. Okay. This is... wait, where's this? That's the first area where we drained the sand before, right? Okay, this one as well, to give us a way back out of here. But yeah, that was... I think this shaft there. Oh, there's a way down there now. That I'm pretty sure that wasn't on the map before. Oh. But what is on the map is that area up there, which I don't think we've actually been to. We probably got close to it as we teleported through the mirror there. But, I feel like there might be something else up there. Explodey mages. I gotta say, the sheer reach and destructive power of this mace make it pretty hard to... oh, okay, this actually connects up here. Makes sense. Make it pretty hard to... you know, to pass up. Teleport. I'm guessing that this brought me to, yeah, Oh, City of the Blessed Name. Wait, that's the place I'm trying to reach, right? That is being held up by the statues. No, never mind. City of the Blessed Name was this humble beginning village here. Okay. Oh, and that makes sense. Wait, hold on. We're not where I thought we were, but we do unlock a shortcut anyway. I thought we might be upstairs in that church where I was talking about, you know, how it seemed weird that we would somehow end up there to then kick down the ladder or whatever it was. Lower the shortcut there. Hi there. Hold on. Pretty sure that's not an enemy, but pretty weird nonetheless. Oh, in fact, legend. You're a Kobichadas. Ah, yeah, the one-eyed tall lady. Not sure if it's a lady, but kind of looks like one. Oh, I never actually came here because I couldn't. Right, because I needed the climbing ability, which I now have. Wow, okay. But obviously we're not done exploring over here. Wait. That's where we came from. Exploring over here. Yeah, it's a teleport. Okay. Hand is a teleport. Gotta remember that. I suppose it makes sense because, yeah. A lot of hand symbology here. Imagery going on with those things. Okay, do we have anything to do in town? I did acquire a skill point. Wait. Oh, right, we got this thing now. First of all, can we do anything here? Yes. We could unlock this aerial attack, which looks kind of neat. Just RB in the air. Okay. No real indication as to how to unlock the second tier of skills, rather. Tempered Flames. Press RB to turn off Veredicto, interrupting the consumption of... Oh, right, I forgot that doing that actually does consume fervor. This display of temperance can even be performed in the air. So you have to unlock the ability to turn it off again. Otherwise it's just going to stay on until it consumes all of your fervor. Ignition Strike. Press RB after an attack on the ground to convert it into a powerful horizontal strike that turns Veredicto on or off. Okay, I see. I suppose this ability here makes a lot of sense when it combines with things with effects that just ignite it automatically. You might not want it or need it to keep burning for much longer. Okay. Right, so you just combo into igniting. Right. Crucible of Faith halves the time required to charge. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean it's pretty powerful. It's pretty good, actually. I don't know about the whole, you know, managing my fervor thing. Tend not to really like that kind of thing too much. Half the time required to charge. I mean, that's pretty good. I don't know, man. I started with this weapon and I still quite like it. Just not sure that... I don't know. I guess, I mean, I just did. I guess we'll at least take this one. That is half the time? Did it take twice that long before? I guess it must have. That was pretty long. Still not super fast, but...
Find sisters.
Okay. Then what? That's it for now, huh? Alright. So it's not just one Kobichada, it's all the Kobichadas are gonna end up there. I see. Right, so those kinds of yellow wisps we can't do anything with yet. Do I teleport back, or do I look around here? Surely this is eventually going to lead to many more areas, but it's possible that... It's very possible that there are some other NPCs or other facilities. I mean, that's a very obvious secret passage, and not very secret passage. Thanks for the baby, I guess. I'm sure they're going to be useful for something. Yeah, like, there could be some sort of service in here, like something that would allow me to upgrade. Hello? Hello. Oh. This is where I deliver the babies, perhaps? In fact, I have collected 3 of them, right? Yes. And there are 3 of them here.
Open up the skin and red flesh. Uncover the lie that my shell conceals, for I am only blood and bones.
I guess this is where I get more bile flasks?
So allow the chalices to be filled with those who toast kings and priests.
Sure.
Now I shall grant thee a new flask.
Thank you. Now, in the first game, there was some sort of trade-off that you could make. You could use your bile vessels, your empty vessels, to either get more flasks or like sacrifice them permanently for some other benefit or something like that. Ultimately, you know, you would end up with fewer healing flasks, but some other benefit to make up for it, I think. So it's possible that there's something else to do with the flask, but obviously I want more. You know, at the very least, a couple more healing charges. I'm gonna need them. Awesome. See, that was a...
More vials.
Yeah. Pretty good thing to find.
Bring me chalices and vials.
Cool. And this is... Doth thee wish to make this sacrifice? I don't know that I do, but sure. What kind of sacrifice are we talking here? Half my health. I made the sacrifice.
Bring me chalices and vials.
Chalices and vials. Okay, so not just vials, but also chalices. Maybe chalices for, like, effectiveness upgrade? But what did I do here? What was this good for? Huh. Well, something, presumably. Unless... I guess we'll see. Ah, it's still filled. Is that just a thing that I do once and then it does something forever? I don't know. Doesn't seem like much of a sacrifice if I can just, you know, heal up again. But maybe whatever it is only going to be temporary. Hello.
Oh, blessed are we, for I behold a penitent. Humbly allow us to present ourselves to your reverence. We are Medardo and Escolastico, pilgrim merchants and scribes by trade.
Okay, and also tied together, for reasons, I'm sure. I'm just not gonna ask.
You never know where precious assets may be. What, pray, can be unjust or malevolent in walking the roads in pursuit of a twofold profit? That of the pocket by selling, and that of the spirit by prayer.
What? Not sure I understand your question. What can be unjust or malevolent in walking the roads in pursuit of a twofold? Nothing, I guess, is the answer here.
While Medardo pays penance in his meditative meanderings, I take care of the business side of things, sparing not a drop of ink to write about the beautiful landscapes of the many varied paths we travel. But go ahead and cast your eyes upon our shop window. The objects that were lost on voyages have great appeal and fascination, as they have become a reminder of the feat itself. Cast your eyes upon our shop window.
Yes, I would like to. Okay, Galera of the Living Briar creates a bolt of electricity that inflicts lightning damage. Oh, that's all items, spells, and things, relics, statues. The Choir Master increases the chance of critical hits when using prayers. Oh. Interesting. I mean, I guess I ultimately want everything, but that is most of my money. A bolt of electricity that creates lightning damage. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell you here what type of spell it is, if it's the short cast or the long cast one. Right? Prayers. I don't know, critical hits with prayers, I'm not going to use them much either way, right? Because I'm limited by fervor, so I guess I'm going to get the new one here so I can play around with it, but I'm going to hold off on the other thing. Let's see. Oh, it is a... Okay, it is a quick verse. Interesting. So just tap B for lightning damage, lightning bolt, and hold for that flame effect, like down and B rather. Oh yes, okay. Okay. Grills and Ruin. Grill? Is this a restaurant? Let's not eat there now. We have enough other places to check out as it is, so we can definitely hit this. Okay. We find out what these are. You have acquired Tears of Atonement. Okay, so that is... We did encounter one of those then before. I wasn't sure. But yeah. Those things are just money to pick up, I suppose. And that teleports me up there. Allowing me to open that shortcut. What is that? That calls an elevator down. Opening something else up. Crazy. Okay, that goes just all the way down. We never looked in here, did we? Hey, I'm sure you're nicer than those sand hand things.
Come closer and contemplate this delicate tumbaga. The embroidered shawls, the silk dresses. You are in Regina's shop.
Hello, Regina.
My goods are my home, my bed. They are as much a part of me as I am of them. You point, and this diligent arm will surely grant your request.
Okay. Aha. Alright. Let's see here. Abandoned Rosary Knot, 12,000. Okay. Yeah, cord knot whose origins have long been forgotten. Skilled hands could join this knot to the strings that hold the rosary beads. Gotcha. Man, that's expensive. One of the seeds for those who dwell in secrecy, a wax seed. The sleepless ones will arise for the one in need of genuine protection. One of the seeds for those who dwell in secrecy. We did encounter that weird statue. No, it wasn't really a statue, right? It was a huge person with weird hands wriggling around it. That said something about sleep. Maybe that was the sleepless one? Or those were the sleepless ones? So maybe I could buy this and do something there. Earring of Regret. Increase resistance to lightning damage. Increase resistance to mystical damage. Okay. Not a huge fan of very specific resistance items that I have to switch out. But I suppose for... I'm not going to do that probably for just normal enemies, but I suppose for boss fights that do one of these damage types, that would make sense. Deformed Red Skull slightly increases martyrdom points earned. Ooh. Okay. I mean, there does seem to be an upper limit to the total martyrdom points you can at least farm, right? That you can get from combat. So after a certain point, this might not do anything anymore, but okay. Partisan. Increase the window of time to perform a block. Aha. I very interested in that one. Recovers health after an execution. I have not actually executed an enemy yet. Again, in the first game, I think it was just a random chance for an enemy to become vulnerable or, you know, executable, I suppose. And then you could just hit a button and execute them. I haven't seen it happen here yet, so maybe it's something we have to unlock yet. Reduce penalties for accumulation of guilt. Reduce the penalties while maintaining the same benefits, I guess. Alright, the scribe increases the fervor generated when attacking. Okay, slightly increase the damage of prayers. The bishop. Yeah, I mean... yeah, we're gonna go with that one. That seems pretty nice.
Here among my wares, I shall await your return.
Alright, I will be back. So we have an elevator up from here all of a sudden. What was... Alright. There is technically a platform up there. But... no real way for us to get anywhere near. I suppose with the double jump we might be able to just barely make it there. Also, can you just keep re-hitting this to give yourself a bit more time? It seems like it. Yeah. Well, for now, nothing we can do there, it seems. Should I go up? Wait, also... was there another way here? Oh yeah. But we have to come from the other side and... yeah. Okay. And when we do, it's going to be a permanent connection. Right. We're not able to get across there before because that's just a very wide pit. Yeah, there's a weird person. Here we probably need double jump to get to another cache of Tears of Atonement. There's... yeah, we're gonna have to come from the other side there. There's a baby on the other side of a... I don't know, one of those metal doors. Face doors. And we cannot go any higher up there until we have whatever allows us to interact with those yellow wisps. We haven't found any more of those ladies there. Alright, okay. There was a reason I was starting to head this direction. Yeah, this is where that guy is. That removes your guilt. Right. I didn't mean to do that. Hello, sir.
The wood is taking shape.
Oh, it is. Yeah, you made progress. Is that because we gave you the hammer?
I sense how its veins nourish a body that seeks to be wounded with my chisels and hammers, that yearns for the cuts and indentations that will free it from its coarse origins.
Nice. Okay, open the altarpiece. Right, I also need to remember that if I amass 2 of those things, skill points, I keep forgetting what they're called, then I will be able to acquire at least the 4th one of these slots here, so I can have 2 synergies potentially. Let's see here. Partisan. I guess those don't form a synergy because... yeah. Otherwise it probably would have happened automatically. I was thinking that maybe because these both affect melee to some extent.
May the hands of the miracle...
but no such luck. Okay, so nothing we can do up there yet. I suppose it might be worth backtracking to the handful of places we have been, now that we can interact with the bells. Ooh, well, I mean, still too far, but got pretty close there, surprisingly. I don't think there were any bells to hit down here, but there were a few on the way, on the very first path. Possibly even, yeah, I think actually a couple on the way up here, and I definitely didn't explore everything there. I was actually going to just teleport back and, you know, continue our way, my way to the sacred entombments here. But we haven't found any more damage upgrades or any health upgrade or, you know, anything like that. And such a thing might be findable. Might be there for us to pick up. Okay. Before we face the first boss, you know? Any advantage we can grab should help quite a bit. Oh, that's a one-shot. I'll take it. Okay. And maybe an immediate stagger for these guys here. These flagellants or whatever. Like, okay. Gotta consider the stun after landing. Noted. Oh, can we maybe just... Hold on. No? Maybe it kind of looks burnable? No? Huh. Doesn't react at all to my attack. It's fine. Yeah, also I can't actually switch off my weapon, so rip all my fervor. Ah yes, okay. That's where I picked up the tears before. Okay, well, there's a door, but no corresponding bell. Also, these walls cannot be climbed, so it's still not something I can do here. Or not anything I can do here. Maybe there weren't any bells this close to the start of the game. Could be wrong about that. Yeah, okay, maybe... I don't know, why did I think we saw a bell? Maybe after I had actually seen the bells and doors being connected. There's nothing back in the first room, right? But just in case. Oh? Ghost dog? What? Excuse me? Ghost dog! No! Pet the dog! Okay, so... if I find some sort of dog treat or something, or just a bone, I suppose. Should be no shortage of bones. There were a ton of bones in the first game. I guess that's not really a thing here? Like, there were literal dozens of collectible bones for completing an ossuary. But yeah, if I do find a tasty looking bone, I guess I'll take that back to Ghost Puppy here and see if that does anything. I could also... give this a try. How much does this cost? Your prayers had no response. Excuse me? Takes the Penitent One back to the city of the blessed name. But not from here. Not from inside? Oh. Just randomly not from that place. Maybe because there was a boss fight at one point, and it's marked as a boss room, and you can't teleport from those or something? There's gotta be some sort of reason, but... okay. And it did actually take some fervor to do. I was wondering if maybe it would be free, but yeah, that seemed maybe a little bit too generous. Anyway, that was fine. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I just remembered there being a metal door, of course. I had seen that. And then after I had seen those appear near bells, I thought that I had also seen a bell here. Or something, I don't know. Was there one down here? But I mean, there was one, I think, visible... or was it not just visible? Was it actually on the left side of the door? I know I encountered a bell, like, before I ever started climbing up here. Right? I'm not crazy. Please tell me I'm not crazy. Okay. Hi there. Hi there. Ouch. Oh, wow. Oh. So accurate. Good job, guys. Right, I got the dash step as well. Ow. Gotta keep that in mind. Anything over here? I mean, I think I was pretty thorough about actually marking suspicious places. Wow, okay. Landing next to enemies after a drop has turned out to be a bit more of a danger than I initially expected. There was a bell here. Okay, good. Which means we can actually just do this. Do that. Do that, yeah. Hi. Big dude. Oh dear. Shockwave? Kind of. Something like that. Okay. Should I try? Maybe I should. Okay. Did not successfully dash through you there. For some reason. Whew. Okay. Yeah. Well, that was not very pretty, but hey, I'll take it. Did not instantly get a skill point here, so we probably just got a bunch of experience, I suppose, for that first tougher enemy that we fought. And that's why we ended up getting a point there. Streets of Wakes. Another new area. Cool. I'm gonna guess that it's color-coded. Yeah. So I can see that there's another place. This was Grills on Ruin, right? Yeah. Completely different area, though. Should have just kept climbing. Kept going until here at least. Hello? Oh, I wonder if there is something that would maybe allow me to bounce from enemy to enemy or something. to get to the other side of that. Also, not sure what to do with that. There is treasure there. I can barely see some spikes there. That's gonna crumble, yes. Of course it will. Okay. So that's a bottomless pit, yeah. When there's mist, it's gonna kill you. Mother of Mothers. Well, I'm down here now, and it's a bit of a climb back up, so... in spite of what I said earlier about sticking to that, you know, that first area, exploring that a little bit more, I guess I'm at least gonna take a little bit of a look around here. Interesting. Aha. So both of these swinging sensors and those big floaty guys we just saw are returning from the first game. And as are these leapfrogs. Ugh, okay. They were a pain in the first game. Actually, I think I should be able to deal with them much more easily like this. Sure enough. So definitely pick your weapon depending on the fight. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Should go without saying. Can you? Oh, you can absolutely hold the charge like that. Okay. Don't know why I didn't... Oh wait, can you though? Yeah, but it does reset when you jump. That's fair. Uh-huh. Oh. Wait, we could have taken the elevator down, right? I just chose not to? Uh-oh. I sure hope... I mean, it does seem to connect to this area here. I sure hope... Hey there, Mr. Floating Pope dude. Oh, that's a wall. Right. I sure hope that we will be able to activate it from below. And that we didn't have to... Ow, yeah, those guys. These are all enemies from the first game. Which is kind of cool. I guess... Yeah, you're just stuck there. Screw you, man. Okay. Interesting. No, please. Oh. Is there... Do you really need this? I suppose you can just barely not make the jump normally. So thanks, I guess. Wait. There's a person there? It could be an enemy. Actually, I'm not sure. Looks more like an NPC of some sort than an enemy necessarily, but who knows? There's clearly something going on there. But I guess, once again, I cannot actually put a marker on an empty map space. Hey there. Get out of there. I should not have just been standing there. Also, yeah, I guess these guys aren't really mini-bosses so much. I mean, maybe you could consider them mini-bosses. Please heal, though. Oh, the backswing. Okay, well, that's annoying. I tried to heal at one point and it just didn't, because, I don't know, I probably tried to press the button too quickly or something. It feels bad, though, when you know that your fingers did the right thing, technically, just with slightly wrong timing or something. Those guys really like their forward charge. But so do I. I mean, my own, not yours so much. Okay. I mean, I kind of want to parry this guy. Well, I mean, I suppose I did parry successfully. which is, you know, good enough. Oh, wow. What? Don't just gently float into me, damaging me, you jerk. Okay, I want to parry him. Successfully. Maybe you can counter them? Because that last one seemed pretty tight. Huh. Okay. Oh. Oh? What? Can you not? Maybe you just cannot slide through these big enemies. Oh, he's not taking a lot of lightning damage, by the way. I just realized. Was I fighting the first one? Uh-oh. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, wait, what? I thought I was dead. I must have been down to 1 hit point. No, I'm pretty sure I killed the first one with the dagger. Oh. The world's most obvious illusory wall? Okay. I mean, I suppose we also knew, just from, you know, looking at the map, that this is where the elevator was, so there's that. Okay. I mean, I never even tried, of course, using it from the top. What was over here? Oh. Nothing. Or is there? I mean, that's almost certainly death. Let's not risk it now. Honestly, though, not looking great health-wise. Plus, yeah, this is just too good of an opportunity to not use. So I'm just gonna go back and heal anyway, because of, you know, recent events, leaving me pretty much dead and out of healing. But I'm also actually going to return to the area up here. Was it up this way? Yes. Yes, it was. And there absolutely is a bell right here. Oh. Baby, get. Making sure that that's the one that I saw. Wow, 2 shots for those guys. Yeah, I mean, I guess unless I want to parry something specifically, or unless I really need those very fast attacks, because I need to dodge around enemies' attacks a lot, absolutely kill and smash everything with this beast of a weapon. That's kind of what I was afraid of too, because, you know, as I said earlier, I do like dual wielding and using dagger type fast weapons. In theory. In practice, I almost always end up disappointed. Even if the DPS ends up as good as with, you know, a slower, heavier hitting weapon, so much of it tends to depend on whether whether you can actually just continuously attack, right? Because if you can't, the DPS doesn't matter. Or, you know, the theoretical DPS doesn't matter. And now what? I mean, if I could somehow hit the bell and get back here, would that do something? No. It's there, I just go off the screen. So whatever that bell activates must be on the screen. But where would it be? There's also another bell down there. Oh, wait, if I could... Oh, I should be able to make it there in time, right? That's gonna open that up. Yeah, so anyway. Long story short, I suppose I find more often than not that just, you know, a slower, heavier hitting weapon is just more useful in the end in most situations. Like, you know, for general use scenarios. Can I hit you from behind? No. So you're just not going to turn around ever, huh? Because, you know, you're typically not going to be able to continuously attack. And if you can only attack every once in a while, you kind of want each one of those attacks to be as impactful as possible, right? Neat. I do like these movement puzzles. Also, Immaculate Mother of Pearl Gouge. Metal blade with a pronounced curve. With it, sculptors carve and sculpt the wood with extreme delicacy to produce precise contours in their work. Nice. Maybe that's going to immediately give us some sort of benefit, but even if not, it's gonna have some kind of positive effect, I'm sure. 2,000 Tears of Atonement. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to open this from the other side. Was there... Wait. What's with this room and there being something unexplored over there? Is that right? Oh, there is something. Still. I guess maybe it's just a matter of double jumping. Or maybe you get some sort of dash in the air. I guess either of those things might do the trick. And this is where we first saw instant death spikes. Wonderful. Okay. I was just gonna say that those floating skull things are definitely a lot less of a pain with the mace flail. Flace. But yeah. Less of a pain does not mean no pain. So, there is that. Oh, part of me kind of wants to drop down here. Just to confirm that there really are spikes all the way throughout. Technically we haven't seen the left-hand side of that spike pit, but I mean that seems like a bit of an evil... like a bit too evil of a place to hide something at. Maybe. Not sure. Okay, this is where we unlocked a shortcut. Yeah, which means we should at the very least rest here. Oh yeah, we unlocked this and then we could have continued that way, I think, and just never did. Because there were so many other places. Okay. Right, so we have at the very least that, possibly also that down there. I think we might not have been able to reach the upper corner there. And you know what, I guess I'm going to try being quiet for a little while. Oh, hey there, big guy. At least he doesn't seem to be lightning elemental, so maybe... Okay, alright, interesting. Yeah, so he... Whew. Okay, you just jump over that one. Actually, pretty simple to dodge once you know what's coming. He says as he gets smashed in the face. Yeah, anyway, these guys... Or this guy specifically... Ow. So bad. Can be killed with my fast weapon, so might as well, right? Okay. New area? Garden of the High Choirs.
Penitent One of merciful steps.
My golden mask weeps to see you before me.
Oh, sorry.
You are in the Garden of High Choirs. I am another of the Holy Brothers of the Golden Visage, born of the miracle.
Another.
Oh, tireless time.
Oh, wait.
That travels without delay and erases the past, conjuring up uncertain futures.
Right. Maybe he's... I mean, maybe we are actually the same character from the first game. And I suppose I'm going to assume that until I, something proves me wrong or suggests otherwise. And we might have encountered a similar figure. Well, I mean, with a similar golden crying mask. Who overall looked less like a fat baby, like a gigantic fat baby, I think. But yeah, maybe they're actually referring to an encounter from the previous game. It's possible. Also, as I literally was just saying that I was going to shut up, and then I didn't. But yeah, also, construction work has apparently resumed once again outside, so, maybe not a bad idea to shut the mic off again for a while.
Make us remember when the miracle imposed its dark punishment upon us, that which prevented us from soaring and traveling with the breath of the wind. Penitent One, free my brothers who, by the designs of a miracle that already seems a stranger to us, are imprisoned and scattered throughout these lands under the gaze of the great heart that has risen on high. Only they will allow you to climb to the highest point. Help us by freeing more brothers, and we shall reveal to you what the tower holds at its highest point.
Okay, hey, it's me again. So I'm guessing, in light of this latest development, that the little cherubs, I suppose, cherubim, tugging at the robe of that health upgrade woman, were not in fact the babies we've been freeing, but I guess it's these. And we're gonna need all 33 of them to create a staircase for us to the top of this tower. Okay. Not marked on the map, by the way, so I guess I'm gonna put the NPC mark there. Maybe at the top of the tower there's gonna be a switch that opens up this gate. We'll see.
Help us by freeing more brothers.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Huh. I guess maybe it's just that... Yeah, well, some attacks can leave your enemy stunned. When this happens, press E, well, LT, to execute stunned enemies. Defeating enemy in this way grants you a fervor? A fervor? Some fervor, I guess. Tears of Atonement. Oh, a fervor, Tears of Atonement, and martyrdom points bonus. Gotcha. So take advantage of this whenever you can, even if you could just finish the enemy off normally. Gotcha. I wonder if it's more likely for this to happen with a heavier weapon that's, you know, easier to stun enemies with. Because, yeah, well, obviously I've been killing a lot of enemies and never saw it happen whenever fighting anything with my dual weapon. But honestly, it doesn't really seem... That doesn't really seem to make sense to me, if it works that way. I kind of hope it doesn't. I hope you can just use any weapon. And it just appears to be a very rare chance. Okay. The Purified One. Collection. Increases fire damage. Oh, okay. Marginally useful, I suppose, in combination with this weapon's special attack, which, you know, arguably I should be using more, I suppose, more than never. Now where? There wasn't a bell to be seen anywhere, right? So I guess that's just kind of open from the other side, effectively. This was just for the item. Okay. Holy crap, okay. I was looking up, trying to figure out how we would be getting up to that treasure up there. Oh, and I didn't even realize that I had landed on crumbling floor. Plus, yeah, I mean, okay, I didn't realize eventually, but I thought I was dead. But thankfully, for some reason, this one does not crumble all at once, unlike the bridge upstairs, which I completely forgot about. Good for me. But yikes. interesting that there's a second similar mechanic with these apparently timed switches that also unlock permanently. Or, you know, stay activated permanently after you successfully beat the timer once. I mean, I kind of like it. Just surprised to see those two separate things working basically the same way. But, I mean, why not, I suppose. This is new, right? This must have been hidden underneath sand before. I mean, this is obviously very dangerous to do, but... And I don't know that I can do anything on the other side of this pit, but... I'm too curious. Never mind. Totally saw this before. Okay. My bad. So, yeah, we still probably can't do anything, but... oh, we'll see, I suppose. complete coincidence. I don't think I saw anything there. I don't even remember why I decided to attack. I was still thinking about that it looked kind of weird here when I... Yeah, okay. I thought... I was wondering whether I had kind of glitched through or something. No. But there is actually... No, that's fine. The ceiling just does have that little indentation up there, so it's... That was perfectly normal. Yeah, huh. Unfinished lullaby. Quest item? Yes. Fragment of a lullaby written by a mother intended to soothe the cries of the innocent one. The cries of the innocent one. Written by a mother. Lullaby written by a mother. No, I don't think I've come across an NPC that might have anything to do with that. Although... Well, I don't think so. I don't remember, but who knows. Okay, 800 tears, sure, why not? Uh-oh. I was kind of hoping for another checkpoint closer to the boss. I mean, surely they don't expect me to run back here. Run back here from this checkpoint every time. Not that I'm going to die to the boss, I mean, obviously, at half health and 1 healing. Maybe it's not going to start the fight immediately. Oh. Well, maybe it doesn't, actually. Maybe I failed that dodge for the first time ever. Okay, I'm actually gonna die to these guys. Well, that's fun. Yeah, because, well, how? Well, I did die in this room, just not the way I expected to. Huh. Okay, well, that's fine. But, and there's a checkpoint too. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, at least I'm glad that they put a checkpoint right before the boss. That's always appreciated. Nothing sucks more than just, you know, having to waste time to bash your head against a difficult fight over and over. You know, just running back. I mean, I don't mind a bit of a run back, so long as it isn't too annoying and forces you to slow down and deal with enemies along the way or things like that. Which this path almost certainly would have done. I guess we're going to find out again. I'm going to remind myself how bad it would have been. Yeah, about dealing with the 2 bell dudes, I mean, how exactly is that supposed to work? When they're desynced like that, I'm pretty sure you can't just jump over both of them. You're always going to be hit, and they do deal a ton of damage. So, and they also take a bunch of hits. So I don't know. Well, we'll see. Dude, that was that was awful. What the heck? I mean, so apparently you cannot dash through them, slide through them. I kind of figured as much, or that didn't surprise me. But the way I was stuck in the corner, you know, between the wall and those 2 guys there, trying to slide through them without success, I was sure I was gonna die. But somehow, miraculously, I hadn't died. So, yeah, not sure how I survived that. Probably shouldn't have, honestly. I still think that it's maybe a little bit too awkward. Oh. Wait. Is this not? No, surely the boss must be around here somewhere, right? Where is it gonna be? In the previous room? Oh yeah, of course. Wait. We did drain the sand here, but it doesn't actually show the room as continuing downwards now. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that we saw the tip of a save shrine, a prie-dieu, sticking out of the sand there. I thought it was gonna, the checkmark was gonna be over here. Okay, never mind. But we are still getting very close to that mark on the map. Oh, hey.
Here our wills cross once again, O nameless Penitent One. For a long time now, my life has been naught but a constant struggle to fulfill a promise as old as these lands. Is it your wish to meet her? When I was but a girl, I was able to escape the horror of the deformity engendered by the miracle. A miracle that chose the clean reflection of the still waters of a lake to reveal the truth it held in store for each of those who gazed within it. The old bell, which had fallen to the bottom of the lake many years before, began to ring, making the waters ripple to its eerie chime. Our reflected faces began to distort before our terrified gazes, and the miracle ended up capturing that work, that disfigured horror on the waters, as if it were a fresco, making everything that had been reflected in them disappear. As I fled, I turned my gaze towards the lake and beheld that ghastly event from afar. Penitent One, can you not hear it? We find ourselves in the confines of one of the ill-fated forms of the miracle that yearns to meet thee. Do you wish me to join you in your next confrontation?
Interesting. I think there was, once again, a similar mechanic in the first game, where there was an NPC, a different one, offering you assistance with boss fights. Honestly, I don't really remember if I took advantage of that on my playthrough. I probably did. You know, for no other reason. Well, I mean, not for no other reason. Obviously, because it presumably makes the fights easier, and, you know, why wouldn't I want to do that unless I specifically want to challenge myself? But why would I want to do that? And also, of course, because it's an NPC and you might continue the questline and, you know, just experience more of the game that way. So, for the same reason, I'm going to do this and hope that by choosing this and having her die in the fight, I'm not going to screw things up forever. And if there is a chance for her to die in the fight, then it very well might be permanent. But I guess there's only one way to find out. Obviously, if I say no and beat the boss anyway, we're never going to see whatever interaction there might have been. So, either way, there's no way of knowing what's going to happen on your first playthrough, right? So
There you shall find me, and in communion we shall fight.
we shall. I mean, she can teleport, so hopefully she's just going to teleport to safety if she, you know, ends up getting close to death. Screw these freaking mages, dude. Oh no, I can't actually... Wait. Okay, I can escape this way. Yeah, I mean, I probably should try to start the fight with full health at least. Well, yes.
Billowing clouds of dust herald your arrival. Dust in the air that is born from the erosion of the walls, the statues, and our own bones. These stones heard so many sins that they could do no more than succumb, shuddering
before their guilty echoes. Echoes that could not bear the seclusion that I imposed upon them and that escaped from me. Crawling along these walls, eroding them until their immaculate ashes buried us all. Penitent One, you will now reveal your sins, those that your tears can never atone for.
Jesus hell. Okay. Wow. At first I thought, hey, this isn't going so badly, and then things changed. Also, I... at more than one point I was just standing there mashing buttons. That one time when I was facing away from the enemy and I was trying to turn around desperately, I pressed... But while you're in the middle of a combo, obviously, well, I mean... I guess if you're trying to turn around at the exact wrong time during an attack combo, you won't actually turn around, as it turns out. And I just, you know, wasted that entire vulnerable phase, I suppose. Because it does seem like he took a lot more damage while attacking him from the back like that, which I guess makes sense with the exposed shards of glass or something, whatever. Not entirely sure how to handle the madness of the second phase. When he stands up, because yeah, then he charges at the wall, but I guess you you can still jump over him, just barely. I feel like I did it once without taking damage immediately, but yeah, well, huh, okay. I don't know. And the range attack, the range advantage of this weapon is huge, of course. But maybe I'll just try using this weapon more and see how that works out. I should also absolutely make more use of my magic whenever I possibly can. Maybe save most of it for the second phase, though, because that one seems... Well, the first phase honestly seems pretty manageable. Well, it was the first time around. We'll see if I massively start overthinking stuff and start struggling during the first phase now. On every subsequent attempt. That's, how these things sometimes go, but maybe not today. We'll see. GG. Okay, thanks for stealing the kill that I think I probably would have had pretty safely there. Was it Regina? No, Yerma? Something, I don't know. Marks of Martyrdom, thanks. And a bunch of Tears of Atonement, and what else do we get? Whew. Oh. Dreams of Incense. Okay. Big floating melting golden face? No. Something else entirely.
Be witness to this vigil before my final journey. I, Radames, spent my long life listening to the confessions of so many burdened hearts. Even after death, I could still hear the echo of their mournful voices, begging to be heard again, pleading for confession. But their pain never managed to bring tears to my eyes. One of those echoes, those incessant voices, was the very voice of the miracle, who commanded me to guard its sacred regret. I obeyed, and it was then that my tears did flow. Penitent One, you who come to witness the miracle, behold.
The memory of him still hurts. So it was that a humble married couple, torn apart by their inability to conceive a child, entrusted themselves in their utter desperation to the miracle A miracle whose light seemed to have gone out in all our hearts. For having long ceased to bathe us in its benevolent radiance, we believed it extinct.
The dying day already puts out its celestial light, causing my eyelids to droop. Let the miracle cast open its black gates, so I might venture to where that terrible dream, from which one never wakes, awaits.
Okay, so that happened. I'm sure in hindsight... Ooh. And they're starting to sink into the ground, little by little. That's how we humiliate them. These statues. By lowering them to the earth. Until eventually we can actually reach the city. Aha, okay. Right, and this was not one of the 5, because there are 5 birds in the big circle, so presumably those are the ones mentioned by the lady there earlier on. Okay, so a total of 8 bosses, 8 main bosses, major bosses, at least, looks like. I mean, that being said, we're at 19% map completion still, right, okay.
Penitent One, you have encountered one of the 3 regrets. The first part of the testimony of the birth has been revealed to you, and the eminent sculptor figure of the Father has descended.
The eminent sculptor or sculpted figure of the Father?
Find the other 2 guardians.
Okay. I was gonna do that. But yeah, also... right, about that weird dream sequence and, you know, what that weird guy was talking about. Well, obviously it doesn't make any sense now. It might make sense in hindsight, maybe, if I, well, it might if I could actually remember everything at the time. It would maybe make more sense on the second playthrough, you know. But I'm definitely looking forward to looking up lore explanation videos for this game, like I did with the first one. Because there seems to be a lot going on, and, you know, it's all not very easy to make sense of as you just play along and, you know, find scattered pieces of it here and there, and, you know, more or less long stretches of time passing between those bits of lore that you actually experience. Plus you might miss a lot, and, you know.
Penitent One, the first part, find the other.
Okay. Bye. Okay, I mean, I hear sounds from here, so... Hi, are you one of them?
Grateful.
Welcome. Okay, cool. I guess I'm gonna pay them a visit back in town. Oh, first I'm gonna keep following this path. Okay. I was kinda hoping to learn how to deal with these barriers, or, you know, get some other sort of progression mechanic, I guess. But we might actually find just that right here. I mean, this is right past the boss, so very possible that we're gonna find such a thing. Okay, I also just noticed that I was missing my part of my MP bar there, my fervor, and wondering, wait, I died, but I collected my stuff, right? And looked at the map, nothing to see there, but yeah, apparently there are other ways to build up guilt. I suppose by slaying the bosses that the game tells me to slay, I still, yeah, accumulate guild, whatever that actually means. I mean, in game terms, I suppose it's just it means that I'm going to have reduced MP and increased damage taken, but also increased experience and money gain. So, huh. I might not necessarily want to do anything about it. I guess it depends on whether there is any cost associated with it, with removing it. Which there probably is. Yeah, and how expensive it is. Because, I don't know, while the idea of more experience and money definitely sounds nice, and I would normally almost always go for such bonuses, I don't know if it's necessarily a good idea on my first playthrough, you know? When I barely know anything about the game. Definitely could see myself, you know, just going full guild, or at least, or maybe half guild or whatever, for any subsequent playthroughs, if I end up doing any. Oh, okay. Oh, that's... I was looking at that chest the entire time and thinking, how do I get there? Well, we've already been there, is the answer, of course. Okay, nice. Shortcut unlock. Jesus. Okay. Paths connected. Very nice. Is there anything else to do with the shockwave, perhaps? Anything else that activates? Also, is there an... Oh. I don't know what I was thinking. I saw that enemy walking behind the chest, and somehow he seemed... At first I thought he was, like, part of the background, because he seemed so desaturated and much smaller, but... I don't know. When I looked at him again... it didn't look like that at all, so I don't know what I saw at first. Also, you can't actually return this way, so that might have been a mistake. Well, a small mistake. Yes, I'm sure there's a way to get back over that way. I just have to, you know... traverse across like this. Ah yes, and then you land up here, except now it's open. Okay, so I suppose the bell was really just to open that, and nothing else, which is fine. Okay. Right. This is also open. Different kind of door. Actually, it's another one that's going to be activated via statue switch thingy, which we might even have seen. No, never mind. Not in this room. We saw one in... I think it might have been here where I put this question marker. Yeah, pretty sure I saw such a place and did put a mark there. Was it there though? Maybe it wasn't there. It could have been somewhere else. I don't know. That's gonna... Oh god, no! Oh! Wow! That's a huge change from the first game. Spikes are no longer instant death. I mean, they are, but... No, I mean, they're not instant death. They damage you, and they cause you to respawn. So basically, like, Zelda style. Other games do that as well. Like, yeah, I mean... Even famous Metroidvania examples... the most famous, maybe, Metroidvania example these days, Hollow Knight, handles it like that. In the first game, I'm absolutely sure that in the first game, spikes were, in fact, just actual death. Fall into spikes, respawn at the last checkpoint. So this is a huge change. Ah, okay. So so that's back here. It does seem to be a ladder to kick down, though. Wait. But how would we get there in the first place? We have to open that door. By finding the switch, okay. I did not mean to do that. Thankfully I can turn it off now. I should have waited longer. That was extremely close. Hit that. Okay, that opens both of those. Oh god, this is gonna work. I don't know. I might have wasted too much time. Okay, well I definitely have now. So can't fall off. Have to jump off that platform. All right. Okay. I mean, it's much less scary. Oh god. I'm dumb. Wait for the freaking shockwave. Don't have to race like crazy to get that one. It's much less scary knowing that the spikes are not actually going to send me back to the checkpoint. Still a bit scary though. Okay. Hit the bell first, then hit the switch. Are the statues the... okay. No, statues. What am I talking about? Okay, that was, I guess, not as tight as I was afraid it might be. I was wondering if I might not be able to do this right now until I have some sort of sprint ability or something, but no. At least this part I could do. This thing here is apparently going to move at some point. Maybe, yeah, maybe I just cause it to start moving by hitting this switch up here. It does appear to be the case. Oh, I can actually move this manually. Interesting. Huh. So what's the idea here? Without double jump, it's not going to help me to putting this like halfway up, because I might be able to reach it, to climb up to it, if I put it in this position, but that's not going to allow me to go back up like this, or to jump all the way up like that. Is there a point in just opening up that pit? Is there some sort of benefit to that? I mean, I guess I'm going to leave it like that. Ah, okay. So yeah, I can absolutely climb up there. I could even put it a little bit higher than this, I suppose. Not a lot. But a little bit. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to make it up there then. Oh, I'm dumb. No, wait, I'm not dumb. I mean, I am, but... I was just thinking... that I needed to put it all the way up here to have a platform to start a slide on, but it's not, it's obviously a metal door. It's not one of the doors that require you to slide underneath to keep open, so... yeah, I'm not sure about this one. You can drop down through these platforms, that's interesting. I mean, I guess I'll hit that and see if I can beat the timer. I don't think I can. Oh, that's... oh, hold on. I totally could? And I needed the platform up here to be able to make the jump. So it was just a matter of moving it to the top. Interesting that it allows you to move it to any position. I can only assume that obviously those kinds of platforms are going to be a thing in more places. And in, you know, some of them, there might actually be a reason to you know, position them very specifically. Just interesting to have the introduction to this mechanic here in a way where you don't actually need to make use of its full functionality. Anyway, that's neat. There's obviously a little bit more up there. I'm not entirely sure what exactly. There are climbable walls here, and there are more, okay, firefly thingies or whatever. So eventually there's gonna be something there. I can just almost make out something at the very edge of the screen there, but I Cannot tell what. Something gray. Plus, there are these floors here. I assume I'm gonna have some sort of plunging attack eventually that's gonna break through all of them one after the other, because... yeah. I mean, they obviously line up like that for a reason. Okay, well, we got something out of this, but it seems like that's all we can do here for the time being. We have been up there. Oh, actually, no, I can just see the item up there. So this is not the place that I marked for the reason that I thought I did. Up here is the guy that wants us to collect and, well, free all the babies from the floating reliquaries or whatever. Is our guild changing at all? Doesn't seem like it. Why do I have a question mark here? Oh, because... No, I don't know. If there was a baby at one point, I would have collected it. In fact, I did. Wait. Oh! Wait, remove marker though. Oh, okay. I probably just overwrote the marker that was there when I really just meant to remove it. Yeah, I think I put a baby marker in the first place, you know, or to begin with. And then after I had that collected, I wanted to remove it, but then I accidentally put a question mark there. That must be it. Okay, still need double jump to get up there. We have found the chisel. In fact, we found that before we even attempted the boss fight, so... and before turning that in would have made me stronger somehow. But, I mean, I guess ultimately the second attempt was pretty decent. After I, you know... It definitely helped that I learned to avoid the attack in the second phase specifically, where he would just turn around or hit behind him, basically, as he turned around. After his vulnerable phase, that hit me, you know, a bunch too many times, and that hurt a lot, obviously. Plus, it definitely helped to just be less afraid and more deliberate about my timing, about jumping over him, because it was obviously very, very possible and not too hard to jump over him when he charged, even during phase 2. So, yeah, really not that bad. Definitely glad that that didn't turn into a, you know, downward spiral where the first attempt was actually pretty decent and the next 50 attempts were horrible. But I mean, I suppose it was just the first proper boss, so maybe it shouldn't be too surprising that it wasn't that difficult. But hey,
Pray, how can I
assist you is the real question here.
This gouge, as precise as it is delicate, is unquestionably the most suited to this noble wood. Know that you have my gratitude, Penitent One.
Sure, man. You're welcome. Increase capacity. For 2. Yeah.
The altarpiece on your back now has more capacity. Here, I will wait for you until you gather more marks of martyrdom.
Okay, next one's 3, and so on and so forth, maybe? It's gonna get pretty expensive if I want to unlock all of them, which I suppose I do. No mementos. I mean, we have this thing which increases fire damage, which I never use, but I guess maybe now I will. Were any of the other statues interesting to me? Not sure. Maybe, hold on, maybe if we put the fiery one... Is that a... No, I guess still not a synergy, resonance, physical and fire damage. Oh well, was worth a shot. Yes. Plus 25% parry window, actually. Presets. Wait, presets? Oh. Sure, might as well save our main preset or something.
May the hands of the miracle...
Is there anything else we should take care of? I mean, I could do some shopping. We have 17,000, that's enough to buy, for example, the rosary knot, even though we still haven't found the NPC that uses it. But that being said, didn't we? Wait, Mother of Mothers. Oh, embroideries, Palace of Embroideries. I mean, that sounds like it might be the place where... I mean, embroideries... I don't know. Doesn't necessarily have to have anything to do with, you know, adding more knots to a rosary bead, which, you know, you'd think should be easy enough to do for anyone. But doesn't really have to do much with embroidery per se. It's just vaguely cloth related, I suppose. Thread related. Right, I did want to check out this guy.
Do you wish
1,000?
purge yourself of your guilt?
I don't know, man. I mean, magic is pretty powerful. Definitely did help in the boss fight there. And it is reduced by quite a bit. It's unfortunate.
As I will remain.
Yeah. That it seems like, even though we're only at 10% Afflictum, it seems like it always covers up the same amount of your bar. Whether you're completely dead, like currently have a lingering guild fragment hanging out somewhere, or you're just at, you know, a couple percent from whatever. We were at 2% at one point. Not sure what caused that increase. And whether it's just a coincidence that we're at exactly 10% now after killing the boss. Maybe it just accumulated over time. And being dead basically just adds a good chunk of it. I mean, I suppose that is how it is, but... Well, the exact details obviously I have no way of knowing yet. Hopefully we'll be getting there. I don't know if it's worth paying 1,000 to have that reduced. Maybe it's worth waiting a bit longer, although it could of course be... Well, in fact, it's probably a little bit likely, probably quite likely to go up in cost as you have more guild accumulated. So maybe it's 10%, or 1,000 for 10%, 10,000 for 100%. That seems like a lot, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe in the grand scheme of things, that is not that much. Who knows, maybe by the end of the game, 10,000 is going to be like 3 enemies. And not a big deal at all, but for now it's still quite a bit. Okay, hey, actually, I almost forgot about the weird ladies up here. Ah, yes.
Find sisters.
I mean, I found a sister. I guess that's not good enough to be rewarded for. Oh well. That's a teleport. We don't have any other locations for now, though. I could... Well, yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to... Wait, this is not where I want to be. There's no reason not to check in with the Blood Lady. Alright. Yeah, wait, how is this gonna work? Hold on. The door's on this side. So we couldn't actually open this from another side. Would there be a hidden bell somewhere? I don't really know how that would work. I mean, so far, up to this point... Is there a bell in this room somewhere? So far, the bell has always been in the same room, right? Because the shockwave physically travels across the room, visibly. Maybe there's a bell up there, and we'll end up ringing it and heading, you know, down relatively quickly to then open that. That's possible, I suppose. In fact, I don't see how else it could work, given my current knowledge of the game. Okay, that is still filled with blood. That's different. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it didn't... Wait, 6? The number of babies here has increased. It's also 6 babies here. So maybe it is the same ones that serve a dual purpose.
Bring me chalices and vials, and I shall fill them with mine own blood.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe freeing the babies doesn't really do anything here except visually? Or maybe something will actually happen after you free a certain number of them? A number higher than 6, apparently. Right, we never went up here. Okay. This is called Garden of the High Choirs, okay. Well, that could just connect up there to that level, to that area, perhaps. Oh, there's a baby up there. There's gotta be a bell somewhere as well. Surely we've been in here. Have we? Yes. Okay. Oh yeah, we went across like that in the first place. Right. And there's something up there that presumably requires double jump. Yeah, I mean, double jump would probably allow me to go there. Okay. Do you have anything new, perhaps?
Feast your eye.
No. Chance of critical hits when using prayers. I mean, it's relatively cheap and...
We have no more items left. But you never know what may turn up on these paths.
Yeah.
Pray, come back later, Penitent.
Okay. So who knows, maybe buying all of his initial items, all 2 of them, will trigger something. Or maybe he would have increased his stock eventually anyway, but, well, it's fine.
Viewpoint.
Okay, let's do that. What was this? Earring of Regret. Increases resistance to lightning damage. That's for... Wait. Oh, actually, what is that? Okay. I mean, it's not a bead, but it's gonna go on the rosary chain. Martyrdom points earned. Recovers health after execution. I mean, that's nice, but they have been happening so extremely rarely that unless there is a way to make them more common, that doesn't really seem to matter much. Reduces penalties for accumulation of guilt. Honestly, I'm mildly interested in this one. Increase the fervor generated when attacking enemies. I mean, that's probably also good, allowing me to use my magic more freely. Slightly increases the damage of prayers. I mean, yeah. Likewise. Probably a good thing. Wax seed. One of the seeds for those who dwell in secrecy. The sleepless ones. Oh, okay. Sleepless ones. I mean, this might be used with that weird NPC that I met. Or it could have absolutely nothing to do with them. This, I don't know. I definitely haven't met the person to give this to. But of course, as soon as I do, it's going to be useful. Well, in theory, at least. I think between these, I would probably go for the Deformed Rat Skull for my second, you know, rosary slot, rosary bead slot. Just because I do like experience increasing things, as I said earlier. I'm gonna go with this. Even though it might be a waste of money for now. It might not have anything to do with that NPC that I'm thinking of. And it might never be useful to me, specifically. But I wouldn't be able to know. And the NPC is right down there. I think... I think I'm gonna take a look at the NPC, see if anything actually happens there, and, you know, if so, what? That's the wrong path. Before I call this first episode, call it quits on this first episode, I suppose. Wait, is there... Why didn't I get this? Oh, maybe because I wasn't able to climb on my first way down here? It's gonna be it. 800 more tears. Thanks, I suppose. Huh, with that I can actually afford something. Would I want, though? Would I want to? I guess so. I mean, I can do that on my way back up. Don't need to do that now. So there's just an item up there. Presumably some money. Well, it could be money or martyrdom points. Either way, useful, of course. Ow. Just get out of here. Not worth... Wait, exact... Yeah. Hello, are you sleepless? No answer. Crap. They did ask me to sleep though, right? They said, sleep, child, or something? Cries of the innocent one, yeah. Well, I suppose no one's crying here. Those who do... One of the seeds for those who dwell in secrecy. The sleepless ones will arise for the one in need of genuine protection. Oh well, I guess that's 12,000 tears wasted. Well, almost certainly not wasted in the long run, but in the short term, seems like it. I won't be able to make it across this, where I couldn't before. We could absolutely head over to the Streets of Wakes, that's a new area. I don't think we could have continued over that way. Maybe we could. We do have the shortcut elevator down there, actually. Which isn't really that much of a shortcut, but I suppose it is. It's definitely more convenient to just write that down from the town almost directly, as opposed to taking this somewhat roundabout way. Right. I mean, for now, I'm just gonna... Actually, I'm probably just gonna save here and... So I was going to... Well, I was going to head back up, actually, or thinking I was gonna do that by one of the useful... one of the seemingly useful statues. Go back and equip them. And then probably take the elevator from up here and see where that leads. Like, basically sticking to the upper reaches for the time being. But since I'm down here, I might as well... I think I'm going to leave the Streets of Wakes alone for now. But I might actually go down next, take another look at the Mother of Mothers area. Oh yeah, that's the one where we saw all the returning enemies from the first game. That's right. Now I remember. remind myself if I could have gone over that way or could have gone down from the checkpoint. I think I could have. I just was a little bit afraid for my safety, I think. Well, I suppose once I found the checkpoint, there was no longer really as much of a reason for that. But yeah, I don't know. It's been a little while, an hour or so, maybe an hour and a half. I don't know. Was it after? I don't even remember if that was in the first segment of this video or the second one. Huh. Anyway, yeah, I'll just look around down here perhaps a little bit, and, you know, depending on how things go, make up my mind whether I want to stick around longer. If it seems like I could keep going, maybe take a quick look. I should have taken a quick look past the elevator, if that wasn't blocked off by something. But, yeah. I might or might not just take the elevator back up and do what I said I was going to do in terms of upgrading and stuff. I suppose I could always do that and then go back downstairs, down the elevator after all, and just stick to this area. Or take up the elevator, possibly to the Garden of the High Choirs instead. We'll see. For now we have a bunch of options. I mean, basically we have presumably done this as an option, the streets as an option, the Grills and Ruin as an option, and the elevator up as an option. So yeah, that's honestly almost a bit overwhelming, but well, at least I've narrowed it down to 2 possible areas that I'm interested in checking out, right? That's not so bad. Okay, anyway, yeah, I think for now I'm gonna call it an episode. I thank you very much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, please hit the like button, leave me a comment, and I shall see you real soon. Bye-bye!